everyone, and welcome to the Americas Summit 2024 monthly trial for April. My name is Evan. I'm the founder of Evansplaining and Magnum Game Enthusiast. I'll be your host for today. Let me introduce the fine folks next to me. First of all, I'm so happy to be here with my best friend and brother. Seppi is our color commentator. Next in line, we've got the illustrious, the self-described built to receive, Stoic as our play-by-play caster. And all the way over to the east of the screen, it's Once in Love joining us as our post-game analyst. Guys, I'm so stoked to be here. Let's start with Seppi. Are you stoked for today, man?
I am feeling grateful. We're going to see a big rivalry on screen, a lot of known faces, some new ones, so yeah, definitely.
Yeah, dude. And Stoic, we've done a few of these together so far, and there have been a lot of returning players. We got some new blood here today, too. Anyone you got your eye on today?
I mean, there's a lot of people that we have our eyes on today. Bringing up, of course, Thompson and Topa V, both those players really trying to lock in that last spot. You know, that last spot's up for grabs for our North American players here. So those two really going at it, but we can't forget about everybody else in there. A notable name here is Rhino, who has accumulated points before, so he's back to accumulate more. If he wins out today, we could potentially see even Rhino shoving Thompson and Topa V aside. Who knows?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts about the summit, is that so much can change month to month. And Once in Love, so this is the first time you're joining us for one of these in the Americas Summit lineup. Who have you got your eyes on right now?
So, like Zoe said, actually, it's Rhino. Rhino really has my eye out there. He's a player who utilizes cleave in the top leaderboards just in the world. And that is such an unheard of thing. It's so unique. It's so fantastic the way he's able to adjust his draft midway through. Sometimes we see him go into like a pseudo fast turn 2, but still maintains like a really fast pacing of the game. But his ability to just draft these unique cleaves, we saw the Shimite, the Gemini, like these are fantastic things. But with this many players within 3 points of each other, this is going to be fantastic. Like being able to see the cutthroat action that's going to come out today is going to be amazing.
Yeah, you're super right, dude. Like the 3-point difference, like you said, is really the thing that's going to make today so cutthroat, so tense. That's why I love the summit. Again, that's what facilitates all the change. Here's the bracket that we're going to be moving through today. First of all, we got True Whale versus Rhino. Then we got Mendieta versus Joe Boladão. We got Thompson, Topa V, Zazos, and Jael Troll. Dang, this is going to be huge, guys. And also, just so you know, there is a bottom bracket, just like the other America Summit monthly trials before this. So if someone loses out right away, you can look forward to seeing more of them in the future. So there you go. That is the bracket that's going to be filled out as we progress through the bracket that we just saw. It's going to be a good one today. What do you think about that first game, by the way, Stoic?
I mean, Rhino versus True Will. Like we said, it's really important that Rhino wins out to get as many points as possible, to push anybody out of his way, to lock in that last spot. And what better of a player for him to go up against than True Whale to really set the tone here? If he takes down True Whale, he gets his points that he needs right here, we could see that kind of story tonight.
Oh yeah, that's a statement game for sure, because True Whale has found himself in this position where he's a bit of a household name, huh, Seppi? He's seen a lot of play in SWC now, and everybody talks about True Whale.
Yeah, he's the current second best player in the world. You know, that's a lot. It's a lot of pressure on him right here. Anyone that goes against him kind of just can come with zero pressure, being the underdog. But for him is like he has to always be consistent, always show that he's at top of his draft. We know that he has the quality in the rooms and the box, but there's a lot of pressure into some of the most established players today. I'm really excited to see what Topa V brings to the table, by the way, as well, because it's someone that has, you know, gone back and forth into the competitive scene, has been someone that's been in SWC before, and now it's back into this. So very excited to see what he does.
Yeah, great games to look forward to. Like we're starting out so strong, and I feel spoiled by it, but we still get to look forward to great games featuring people like Topa, like Thompson, like Zazos, who's been dominating here today. So Tyler, coming back to that first game as well. So what does Rhino need to bring to the table in order to compete against True Whale?
Well, it's a tough question. True Whale has the box of a champion. He has quite literally been an America's Cup champion before and has the availability for him to... It's going to be a giant mountain to come over. He's going to have to find a perfect cleave.
Yeah, he definitely is. We got these players ready and queued up for the first set of the Americas Summit April monthly trial. Seppi, Stoic, take it away for round one.
Poof, and we're jumping right into it. Pre-ban's coming out shortly right here. I mean, there's just so much for Rhino to really think about a pre-ban here. And it looks like we're just going to go with some regular element units. I was actually not expecting to see this from these two players, a Vanessa and a Zabala.
I kind of like that, Stoic. It's kind of telling us that they're going to go for turn one. We see a 33% on one side and a very high base speed unit on the other one getting banned. We know that True Will has a couple of Water Ryus or Moors, one of them on Swift, another one on Despair, so it's going to be really interesting. And Rhino already responded with an Etna, high base speed, and then a speed lead.
So when I see True Whale coming in with a Moor and a Chung Pung and Escher, usually when I see that Moor first pick coming out of him, it looks like he's going to play some kind of turn one control style team here, and it's really confirming that after we see this Escher in here. The True Whale that we've seen in the past has been Ciara. Ciara's been a first pick for him where he starts moving into like some crazy damage, some stuff that you see with that Zabala, which was actually pre-banned right here. So I think Rhino might be able to read into this draft accordingly, as he knows that True Whale probably really wants turn one.
Very, very interesting. Bringing an Amduat right here, so a disruptive unit. He sees, when you generally, and you call this Ciara, when you look at a draft like this, and if the player wasn't True Well, you would think, this draft doesn't have a lot of damage, but the amount of damage some of these units output with the quality of the artifacts that he has are incredible. And now he closes out with Okeanos that's been appearing in the meta way more with the recent changes, and the Ciara that you called out, Stoke.
We're going back to 2018 with Ciara and Okeanos. Coming back right here. I want to see what Rhino's going to have this last pick here. The last pick is going to be a Jemire. Let's just keep an eye out for the damage that True Whale has. Now, we do see a Ciara. Ciara is known to have big bomb damage. It's a very good unit right now. Honestly, Ciara is not often being ruined on crit rate anymore because you're utilizing the third skill and making her way tankier now. But with True Whale's quality, he might just have all of that under his belt here. But look for the additional damage from the Moor. The additional damage, well, no longer from the Escher third skill, Okeanos, and of course Ciara. There's a ton of additional damage. Chung Pung as well, man. There's a ton of additional damage coming from True Will, so the damage is still here.
Yeah, I really like the Jemire as a counter to Chung Pung, but he's just, and it is the Swift Water Ryu that takes turn one, and the Jemire cuts in, but I think that the Chung Pung goes right after, so this is a huge problem for Rhino.
It really is. I mean, we got Water Ryu looking for an attack break going out on the Etta, not receiving it though. Serious Mana is going to come out, reduce the attack bar of everybody on Rhino's team there. So very unfortunate for Rhino. Big Rain of Stones coming out. Look at the damage. This is what we were talking about with the additional damage coming from True Will. It's an absolute massacre to see the amount of numbers that dropped out there. Bomb's going to hit the field there. Ponto's going to be dropping. Just a very clean and easy round one from True Will.
Yeah, this is what we call the reverse cleave, right? If you're going for that turn one with an Etna, I'm starting to ask myself, was that a Swift Etna? Maybe that was a Vio Etna, and he wasn't expecting True Will to be that quick?
Potentially, that could be a violent Ethna. I think what I would like to see from Rhino is a little bit of a pivot here. Maybe not truly contest that turn one, because I feel like True Will did that on purpose. In my eyes, I see True Will making a statement and saying, do you want a speed contest? Here you go. And then he goes in that first round, showed Rhino that he probably shouldn't speed contest with him. And we'll see if Rhino kind of drafts accordingly as we go into round two, because I don't think we should speed contest in this situation.
I agree with you, Stoic. He got a big speed check right now from the champ, but sticks with the Vanessa now that was taken away on the other match in the pre-ban, and now he has a 33, but the SU is still hitting the floor. The more Water Ryu, that's still a very fast unit and probably on Swift, and now we're going to see if Rhino is going to bring back the Etna, or is he going to bring Zabala, other very high base speed unit. We know there's a lot of options. What do you think of Sonya in here?
I think Sonya's kind of a tough unit to take nowadays. It's super scary to draft in there knowing that you could draw a dud. You never know what people have prepared as a Sonya trap. Often seeing like, Ciara or even an Oliver being potential Sonya bait out there. I would even look at an Amduat as potential like Sonya bait. So who knows? I don't think a Sonya is something that should be taken to the table here, but I do like that True Will's opting to go with the Tian Lang, which can be in the middle ground right here, able to sweep from, technically not turn one, but a nice mid-ground or mid-level speed here. Okeanos still a lot of threat. And then Rhino, we've stated we're not going turn one. We like the Amduat. I do like the Ciara, so it is double speed lead. So we're showing that, hey, I could go turn one, but let's see what he chooses to go with to wrap up his draft.
Yeah, he's not going turn 1. Maybe if this monkey's really quick, but the Shizuka feels like a great pick, and I love the Volantis at the end there. Multiple options to strip, remove, and not have to deal with that immunity. So the question right now is, what is the biggest threat on that side? The Volantis for me was very clear, but I didn't know if he was going to still ban the Shizuka or go for the monkey.
I didn't know if he was going to ban the Shizuka either. I know he didn't care too much about the leader skills here, because I do think we'll have the Escher going turn 1. Pay attention to the damage you're going to see out of that third skill with that Escher, by the way. It's going to be massive.
Oh, what a clutch stun. We know this, Tianlang. We've seen it stun and proc multiple times. A lot of damage coming from the Ryu. And now with Yoki, he can even go for the stun and just get rid of the monkey, but it's too much damage. It's actually saving the monkey, Stoic.
That's crazy, man. I know, like, the monkey's able to come back with attack buff. And Rhino's hopefully going to be able to take advantage of this defense break. He's got to go skill 3 and remove that unit from the field, and he does not get it. We've got the skill 3 coming in there, 3.5, 3.6 per hit. Wild. Big defense break sitting on top of Amadou and Truel, just in full control right now.
Yeah, even though the monkey survived, the artifact damage is so much. It's crazy how much he can output, and another clean match from him. Like you talked about, Stoic, you cannot speed check the champ.
You cannot. Evan, that was quite a match that we had right there. Truel taking down Rhino in that very first match, pushing Rhino down into the loser bracket.
Showing why he's at the top, too. Again, we were talking about statement games. That's exactly what he turned it into, showing that he is not one to be messed with. Tyler, what did you think of that whole set? Let's start with game 1. That one ended pretty quick.
So game 1 there was a big show of the pre-ban, right? So Vanessa pre-ban from True Whale means he's confident in the speeds. He knows that Rhino loves to use that combination to give himself a little bit of protection from like a fast kill combo. And then Rhino kind of slides in and goes, all right, well, if I'm not going to get my 33 speed lead, I want the double immunity. So he goes, picks the Adriana along with his the Pontos there for the double speed lead. It's not enough, though. When we look at True Whale's draft, we see he's very confident in his speeds. We saw the super tight tuning of the Water Ryu into the Chungpung there, and it was able to just control the game and absolutely clean it. Artifact damage coming in from all these units with their multi-hits was fantastic. I mean, like you can see here, it's just absolutely destroying each of the units on the opposite side. The speed tuning there, absolutely key for him. When it comes to game 2, we saw the Amduat in the first draft. And the big thing with the Amduat being shown in the first draft and Rhino picking it again is that this signifies to True Whale that he can pick Tianlang for free and can leave up the Amduat under any condition. That paired with the Volantis that he had basically made it so his combo was always going to get through no matter what. He was always going to have one way to get a big strip into a lot of control damage to come through.
Exactly. All that attack bar game from the Amduat just feeds the Tianlang, like he said. So it was a great setup for True Whale there. Like he had it on lock. We saw the combo. We saw the tight speed tuning that you called out as well. Really showing how talented he is at the game, and also the speed on that Moor. And I'm still in disbelief how fast that thing was in game 1. It started off, like you said, like he doesn't need a 33. He takes a 24 and just takes control of the game.
Yeah, so Truel may have been doing like a lot of homework in this case, right? He watches the other players' games and he goes, all right, well, Rhino's not running a Swift Ethna, or maybe he knows it's below a certain speed just due to like previous games and such. Another thing that is probably worth mentioning, when you look at True Whale versus that, the Shizuka monkey combo, he already had the answers to it. He had the strips and the resets available.
He did. That was a great first set to start us off. Looking ahead, we got Mengieta versus Jeff Bulladão. Wow, this is gonna be a really cool one. Let's start with Seppi on this one. Who do you favor going into this game?
Both very strong players, Evan, but I gotta go with Jeff Bulladão. He is such a versatile player. He's an incredible drafter. Mendieta also has an interesting draft. I just think that Jeff Bulladão is the kind of guy that if you have more than one match, he'll be able to adapt to whatever the opponent is doing, and you know he's going to have something ready in the back right there. But I think it's going to be a close match. I don't think it's going to be as one-sided as the one that we just watched.
Yeah, this has the potential to be a lot more back and forth because, I mean, we've got a best of 3 to work with. these players can kind of get to know each other. And Stoic, what we've seen is that adaptability is by far the most important thing going into these tournaments. If you can adapt to your opponent, then you've got the win in your hands, and that is what Jeff Bolladão is presenting.
I was going to say, adaptability kind of feels like what Jeff Bolladão was all about last summit in the last final that we had. Jeff did a phenomenal job, and I believe he even took a game away from True Will as well. He played phenomenal last summit, so I would expect him to do very, very well going up against Mendietas here. And we've got pre-bans coming out. We're getting into that match already.
Ooh, let's see what they take off the table, Stoic. The Water Ryu is out, and the Cigar on Jeff's side. We know he really likes to use very fast units, generally goes for a comp with one unit on Swift, but the majority on Violent. On Mendieta's side, I think it's more of a close comp. The Hagang coming out first to deal with any type of strip, and now Mendieta trying to answer with 2 units, maybe taking some time to think about it.
Yep, let's see what he's going to be taking here. I will say I would love to see the Water Twin Angels come back for Jeff Bolladão, and those made quite a show last summit, so I'm kind of hoping that he's going to take that same route here. I know we already have a Hagang, so he may not go double Water immediately, but we do have a Chandra and a Smicer coming up for Mendietas.
The Smicer has been extremely strong, a unit that controls, it is so oppressive in longer games. I love the response of the Masha, is a unit that can deal with it very quickly. The Oliver as well, so there's a speed lead, there's strip, there's control, there's death break, a lot of things on Jeff's side. Right now we're expecting to see at least some other either neutral units or a fire unit from Mendieta. And the first one is the Nikki, very oppressive, lots of damage, and a fire unit, which is Meo Wang. Death break, very good response. I definitely
love that. The Meo Wang's going to be very, very good in the situation of Oliver being on the field, taking all these turns, and Meo Wang's just going to look like he's lightning speed over here, built on Swift, but he's violent. I do think already for Jeff Bolladão, that Mosh is looking super scary going up against Mendietas.
I agree with you, Stoic. Right now we have to see what other ways he'll bring to deal with the monkey, the protection from Valajul, noticing not an abundant amount of strip on Mendieta's side, and now a lot of sustain and tankiness. There's some nice balance in there, but I think Mendieta, looking at Bolladão's side, maybe he wants to set up with another strip right here as a last pick, or he wants to get rid of the Vela.
Yeah, I really like Jeff's draft here. I feel like he's very well-rounded. We've got a lot of threat, we've got a lot of sustain, and we've got a lot of control as well. So big fan of Jeff's draft here. I think Mendietas needs to make a very important response here. And it is going to be a Chung Pung. I don't know if Chung Pung is the answer that I'm looking for, but I feel like I like Chung Pung if we're banning out the Villajul, where we can kind of run free with our Chungus and not have to worry about, missing any strips of immunity here.
I agree with you. I think it's too risky to leave the Vela down there, but there's also the Hagang that is so oppressive against the comp that has strip, but that doesn't have the immediate pushback, so you get cut, and then you get countered by the Oliver. So I feel like Jeff is coming out on top, and like we expected, the Vela's off the table, and Jeff says, I'm not going to let you have that speed lead because I want to be faster.
Yep, most definitely. That 33 is going to get locked in by Jeff. Can't help but think we're going to go with the nice defense lead here for Mendietas. And we'll see what happens. I mean, we've seen Nikki. Nikki's got a very high win rate right now. It's a very strong unit. We're going with the resistance lead. All right, you know what? I'm all for it, man. Let's see what happens with it. Because, resistance is a cruel mistress.
No, don't even remind me. When we say in the same phrase the words resistance and Nikki, I can only think of last year's America's Cup. Here we go. Jeff taking turn 1, gets the stuns, and like we said, now this Oliver can learn Riot. He can reset the jump. The resistance that you talked about, Stoic.
Right there, but you know what? Chungus is going to be going down. He loses out to that Masha and that damage coming from the Drugname as well, capitalizing. That big second skill dealing so much damage, but it's definitely not over for Mendietas just yet. I mean, Nikki, like we said, it's a very high win rate unit. Violent procs go a very, very long way with this kind of unit, but I do think Oliver might be the kind of oppressive unit that Jeff is looking for to keep that unit back from having such a high win rate.
Yeah, and the Monkey is also a unit that scales really well into late game. If he gets a couple procs, the Monkey's fully stacked. He starts getting really dangerous, and the Smicer still has his kills, right? The Oliver had to go for other units, so one bomb comes out, one proc from the Nikki can change everything, and she gets it. Here we go, big damage with a skill 3. Whoa.
It was a pretty solid damage. It wasn't too bad here. I do think pushing back that the Smice is pretty important. I know he doesn't want Nicky to take any turns here, but we don't want to see Smicer. Smicer really starts taking a bunch of additional turns, getting the silences out there. He may be able to halt Jeff Badell from doing anything here, but that's exactly what Smicer really needs. We did get the silence now removed off of Masha. Masha's primed and ready to pump in some serious damage with the second skill.
He does go for the monkey. I don't know. I was a fan of finishing the Nicky, but it doesn't matter because he gets the stun. The monkey is the big threat, but this Nicky right now with another proc can change the game. She doesn't proc this time. Now does he go to drop the Masha from the chair or finish the Oliver? A little bit of damage missed.
Yeah, Oliver staying alive right now. There's the silences that are coming out. A lot of sustain coming from Smicer's first skill as well. Bomb's coming out. He's got to throw then the Jognam. Does land the bomb. Does not get the stun though.
And the freeze comes out. This is gonna be a nail biter at the end, but like we talked about, Smicer and the Meihoang, as the game passes, as the game goes longer and longer, they become so powerful. And Mendieta win a 3v4, turning it around and taking game 1.
Absolutely. That was pretty crazy. We love the additional damage coming from the third skill from that Nicky. Smicer being super oppressive, that passive like really causing so many problems out there. Not being able to capitalize and eliminate any of the units there. I felt like maybe there was some missed defense break opportunities from the Masha, so maybe that could have sped things up there, but poor Jeff was not able to come through on that one. The tanky units, Nicky stayed alive, Smicer's still being a menace out there, and Fire Monkey King like holding on to dear life, and he was able to hold on.
Yeah, Smicer the Menace. I like that. And you called it. Nicky is such an oppressive unit, Stoic, and that proc from her really turned the game around. It not only got all units on Jeff's side very low, but also put the attack buff that allowed the monkey to do so much damage.
Yeah, you know a unit really drives you nuts when it makes its way to the pre-ban in the next match, and Jeff doesn't want to see that Nicky again here. I do think if Jeff has the Smicer, he should probably take that unit away here.
Yeah, I agree. If he's going for that slightly longer, he sticks with the same strategy, I'm okay with that. I think as long as he brings another kill threat that can connect and be ready to kill that monkey, I think that the monkey is like, once again, if Jeff doesn't bring 2 sources of big damage, a great pick in here. And the longer the game goes, once you see it fully stacked, it just becomes such a dangerous unit.
Ooh, the Masha takeaway. Oh, that's dirty, man. That is dirty. Mendieta's taking that away. I think that's a great take. If I was in Mendieta's spot, I would definitely take that Masha away from Jeff, and that's exactly what happened here. We have a beautiful combination with the Watery and the Chung Pung, of course, but I'm definitely expecting Jeff Badell to stay aggressive here. And this is probably a triple revenge verd. Anytime you see, these 2 AoE units out there, it's more than likely a triple revenge verd. The Veljo, I think, is a very good pick here. And Taurus is interesting in my eyes.
This is very interesting. This Douglas coming in is like a must ban. There's no one that has attack on this team. So you have to deal with the other units. You're going to have to play against the 4. And you talked about Jeff being aggressive. He went reactive, right? Right now with a Verd, with a Vela, he's like hoping for some resist, some counters. The Camilla also more of a turn 2 unit. The Heigang very reactive. So right now we know that the 4 units from Mendieta are going to go through, and this Douglas needs to be banned.
That's right, and the Camilla was getting the ban as well. That's a very, very tough unit to deal with when you don't have the kind of bruisers to combat the tanky and bruiseriness that Camilla offers. So that was most definitely going to be the ban coming out of Mendieta. But let's get into it, man. We've got match number 2, and Jeff Badell needs to get a win on the board here.
Whoa, a surprisingly fast Vela and gets a proc. This is a lot of violence. Can he deal much damage? Gets the strip, and this is an okay cut because it gets a proc. It is a Violentaris double counter from the Verd. Can he get a stun? No stuns, but the cut from the Oliver is really, really important because of the counters of the Verd. Now he can get 1 reset, push attack bars, and the Oliver can try to reset the second strip. So.
Yep, very nice. He's really trying to get it, and he does get that reset on top of that Chung Pung, so none of the strips from Mendietas are able to happen here. Does go with that big AoE here, dealing a little bit of damage. Of course, the Vertiheal is the unit of focus that Mendietas really wants to get rid of.
Oh yeah, but this Antares does not stop taking so many turns, getting out of the death break. He's taking the game by itself. If this Vela doesn't get a proc right now to get rid of this, this is going to be very dangerous. He gets rid of the Badell. And now, even with the show that Oliver's putting out, this Antares is very dangerous.
Antares is really dangerous. It's like you can't take account of like how many turns it's actually going to take, and this thing's pumping like it's trying to win 2019 SWC here. It's so crazy to watch Antares get drafted and actually perform like it was intended to perform, and that was to be just so chaotic and taking kills and doing damage. But it is going to get removed from the field here, so Jeff Badell can definitely wipe his brow here. He doesn't have to sweat so hard.
We got to talk about this, Stoic. He made such a big call. He chose not to protect itself, to go for the death break, and then go for the damage with the Oliver, everything on the Antares. He was so courageous to drop it all on him, and that turned the game around. If he just went for the safe play of putting the immunity on, which many people would have done, he would have lost this game probably, and now he completely turned it around. It's just getting rid of this Masha, and the game's over.
100%. That is threat assessment at its finest. He knew where that threat was, and that threat was showing throughout that entire match, and he went all into it. It needed to happen because Antares, you couldn't take account for it anymore. It wasn't like it's built slow and you don't have to worry about it, getting a turn here and there. Like Antares was just absolutely popping off, and the threat was dealt with. So good for Jeff Badell for taking care of that. Now he's got a little bit of utility right now. He's got heals with second skill in the Villager, which is an incredible buff for this unit here. We've got immunity popping up here, pushing up his team, so things are looking great for Jeff Badell.
Yeah, he definitely adjusted really well. He forced the ban on the Camilla like we talked about, and he also banned well on this side. So to be honest, I think draft-wise, both players did really well, but inside of the game, even with the Antares shining, Jeff adjusted like we talked about. Threat assessment 101. If people need to learn something about threat assessment, watch this game.
Yeah, most definitely. So big congrats for Jeff Badell, getting his second victory here, getting a point on the board. He really needs to keep pushing these summoners points, so big victory for him. But we're going into a round number 3.
Yeah, like we talked about, we thought this one was going to be a closer one, not a wash like the last one. The rune quality is very similar. Both players are great at adjusting, but I still think that Jeff has the upper hand. Let's see if he can deal with the units that were presented on the first draft, or if Mendieta is going to change his style. We know they go back to the same pre-bans, and Masha has swapped sides. Masha has been very effective on both sides, but she has lost both matches. Let's see if Jeff just leaves Masha to Mendieta this time, or if he takes it for his side again.
Ooh, the Chandra's coming out here. I know Jeff wished he could pair up that Chandra with the cigar, but that cigar is definitely in the pre-ban right now. Mendieta has that Nikki now in his wheelhouse. We know Ethna was pre-banned last time, so Ethna's now available going in here, and it's a great turn 1 disruptor. So let's see what happens here. I don't know what this first picks could be from Mendieta's. Does he change it up? Do we see a repeat of that first match from him?
Very good point. He steals away 2 of the units from Jeff, so the Oliver is on that side right now. Now the Etna paired up. You talked about the cigar not being there, but the Etna can be a great pairing. Also, right here for his Chandra, let's see if Mendieta has something else like a Hagang right here to deal with a strip, or does he want to bring some fire to combat the Etna so she doesn't get full attack bar from those AoEs?
Oof, and a Hagang still. He took all 3 units away from Jeff here, except the Smicer is something that Jeff was taking. I'm not too sure if Jeff has the Smicer either. But I mean, it's a very strong draft. I give a lot of credit right now to Mendieta because I love the Masha going into a Fire Monkey King, and I even like the Masha going into a Ethna as well. So I kind of like Mendieta's draft right now. I'd like to see something that really gives a lot of trouble to Mendieta's, and I'm not sure if Veramos is the answer.
Evan is smiling in the back because he does love a wild Vero pick. It is what it feels like, but I'm telling you something. If Mendieta doesn't bring big damage on the last pick, Jeff can ban that Masha, and the Veramos then becomes a very dangerous unit. But if Mendieta sees what Jeff is trying to do, he'll bring another source of damage, something else that can deal with the monkey, that can deal with the Etna. Let's see if he picks up on that, or if he doesn't have a lot of options in the box. He does bring a lot of damage. Can that stay on the floor? That's the real question.
I love that threat assessment here. So Mendietta's definitely noticed that he had his Masha as like his main damage, and that was the big threat, and he knew he needed to drop something else in here that was a massive threat, and I think Cassandra's a great response to dropping in massive threat. This is really going to make Jeff like wonder what to do here, because I think Jeff was in a position of banning out the Masha, but that's really tough to be in that position when there's still one last pick that Mendieta has to drop in there, and the Cassandra's too good, man. So Cassandra gets the ban, we get the Veremos banned out, which means his team gets to, I guess, do all the nonsense. Smeiser gets to be Smeiser, and Masha still remains problematic.
Yeah, to be honest, he did pick up on it, so that's great. I don't know about the Vero ban. I think with the Masha on the floor, that's less dangerous. But the Edna takes turn 1 and goes for big damage, messes up the speed tuning. Very well played by Jeff, because now the strip goes after the Oliver, so the Oliver doesn't have really anything to reset.
Oh, interesting. So we did the second skill, got to reset third skill, full reset. No attack bar got reduced on that Fire Monkey King, but here comes that Masha damage that we were talking about, man. Masha is a threat, and it's showing. We've got the 2-turn silence. Smeiser be smicing out here, and Veligio is going to be locked down for a while.
Yeah, Stoic, this was a great call on his side. I can't believe the Hagen got that stun, and now the silence on the Vela. The Vela's basically not doing anything. All of the weight of the world is on this monkey. This monkey needs procs. He needs to get out of this glancing and needs to start dropping some units.
We need to see some despair stuns from the Chandra. We need to see the first skill stuns coming out of this monkey. We pretty much need to see everything under the sun that Jeff's team can even produce here. But Smeiser, like we said, is going to be an absolute menace here.
Smeiser the menace. The monkey gets a clutch stun on the Oliver. He needs to drop this Oliver next turn so we can start working on the Smeiser or the Masha, because this Masha resisted is going to start dropping some flies on the other side. One more, a little bit more damage. Can you get the stun on the Hagen? Does get it, but the Smeiser will have the bomb next turn. Doesn't get a proc, gets rid of it. One proc from the Masha he needs to drop right now. The Oliver, but 1 HP Stoic. He hangs on.
That's rough. That is super rough to be in Jeff's position right now. All the attack bars landing, the silences are landing. We've got bombs landing. This is so crazy. Smeiser offering sustain with first skill. What a crazy unit Smeiser is. And of course, Masha just... We knew what the threats were, Seppi. We knew what the threats were from the beginning. It was a great victory and a great draft coming out of Mendietta's. There's just so much to cover here. Evan, I can't wait to hear it, because this was an incredible match here.
Well, I got to start with the fact that Seppi knows me so well. I was smiling when Veremos got picked, and also when he got banned, I was a little smug about it, if we're being honest. But Tyler, those are some incredible games, to be honest. So game 1, let's break that one down.
Oh. So we see 2 combos to set up first. With the drafting there, with the bans, we see the Water Ryu and the Cigar, right? So we're breaking up the Nikki Water Ryu combo, and we're also breaking up the Chandra Cigar combo, which is great showing for both players. They know each other very well. It is something that makes it harder to run these fast control drafts that Jeff really likes to run. And then, game 2, we're going to see old school drafts with the Antares. I really would have liked to see, instead of the Douglas ban, we saw the Antares ban there. Just banning Antares shows so much more respect when you have 3 units that aren't wind, unable to glance into that Douglas. And then just quickly moving into game 3 there, we saw Cassandra. Cassandra was a fantastic option as the last pick there in the draft. I really would have liked to have seen Nikki. I think that Mendieta could have played more aggressively. That seems to be like more of his style. It pairs really well, with it just pairs so well against all of these things, right? Like we see it against the Fire Monkey, we see it against the basically, everything just takes so much chip damage with the additionals. When we're playing as Mendieta here, we have Smeiser, we have Masha, both pairing phenomenally with the attack buff that Nikki would provide.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Man, looking back at this game too is something else, Tyler. I don't know if it's out of form to compliment a man on his Antares, but I feel inclined to do so. That Antares, showed me the truth right there. Build him tanky, play into the Verd, get as many turns as possible, make those counterattacks look like they're benefiting you. Ultimately, Jeff did a great turnaround and ended up taking that win, but like Seppi and Stoic were talking about, I feel like this was a masterclass on threat assessment. I really do, this game too. And you just you just discussed the game 3 as well there. I can't help but agree with you, Tyler. I think a Nikki would have been pretty good here.
Yeah, either way, even without the Nikki, like we can see the speed tuning of this team allows the Smicer to have very heavy control into the Veligible there, right? And we're going to take out Ethna first turn unless she loses immunity, but generally she's going to go first in these setups. She went first, the Masha was able to come in, clean her out really fast. And then from there, it was just, kind of a little bit of a war of attrition on that side, where Mendieta had a significant advantage due to the way he drafted it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Smicer, the way that the turns worked out, Smicer always was just ahead of the Veligible. So he was able to push him back, silence him, so that way Veligible could never make immunity stick. Even if he procced, he had the silence on, which was just a great countermeasure to that unit. So Mendieta, fantastic draft, really well played by both players. And like they said, we saw a masterclass in some threat assessment. Now, here we are at game 3, Thompson versus Topa V. So Stoic, you've had Thompson talking to you, trying to get you to draft more Arda. What are you thinking about this game going in?
Oh man, I've been on call with Thompson for I feel like for the past couple of weeks, just talking about ATA, trying to figure out like a lot of drafts myself. So I feel like he's been in my head often for a lot of things that I've been bringing to the table. So I think he is well versed, he's well tuned, and I think he's never been so in the meta before that I've ever seen him. So I feel like he's going to be very, very well versed going up against Topa V. Now Topa V sometimes feels like his venom. What am I trying to say here? His weakness. Topa V just seems to read him like a book often, and his kryptonite exactly. In Topa V, he did phenomenal against Thompson in the past, and I can't help but think that Topa V is still going to perform and bring that to the table here. But I also can't help but think that Thompson, he's got to have it down now, right? Right after losing to Topa in 2 summits, he's got to get him now, right?
Yeah, here we go. Third time's the charm for sure. And yeah, Topa V, even despite changes in his gameplay, he has drifted towards crowd control in the past. And, that's kind of like a bane to a lot of what Thompson has been bringing. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Thompson has prepared for this matchup. Seppi, what are your thoughts going into this Topa V versus Thompson? Are you favoring one side or the other?
To be honest, I have no favorites on this matchup. Let's see how they adapt. I would love to see the aggressive version of Thompson. Turn 1, let's try to remove stuff from the field and go with it. And one of his first, fastest units, the Laura, gets removed right now. Pre-ban. Stoic, what do you expect to see from Thompson?
Man, Thompson with the first pick. Is it going to be a CR, locking in that 24 speed lead, trying to set the tone and kind of be middle ground? But no, Thompson's going to demand the 33. I can't help it. We're going to see a turn 1 Thompson, and that could be super aggressive into some Han play, into that removing a unit from the field kind of style from Thompson here. But Topa V, he's been adapting that Gapsu style of play, but usually that's Gapsu Ragdoll, which got banned out in this first match here. But we're going to see a Chandra and a Sekhmet, which also is saying that Topa's ready to go turn 1 as well.
Definitely contesting that turn 1, the 24 speed lead right here. Now the question from Thompson is, does he sit, and kind of just is okay with taking turn 2, which, he continues in the middle ground. A second speed lead, a very fast unit on the Wedjet, but then a unit that is great against sustain and is very solid for longer games.
Yeah, Gapsu with Jet, very, very strong combination here. This makes his team look very, very fast if Topa tends to draft in any sustain as well. Now it's going to get really out of hand how fast this Gapsu is going to look. The problematic, the menacing Smicer's going to get drafted by Topa V. We also have a Juno showing here, and Juno's very good up against the Wedjet and, potentially some other units that Thompson may want to draft with this combination here.
That's a very good point. Now, the Volantis is not viable. A lot of those units, there's a fast fire unit, and then the Juno, the Monkey comes out, and the Veramos to counter both the Smicer and the Sekhmet. The Veramos, once again, smiling in the background, Evan. We can see you, even though I can't see you right now. But the Monkey, I really, really like in here. The key thing right now for Topa is, does he bring something that makes it sure so he's not afraid of Thompson taking turn 1? Because Thompson can ban the Sekhmet if he wants and guarantee that turn 1. And it is the Veligible. It is a turn 2 unit that gives him some protection, but it gets banned. And the Veramos once again. Interesting ban. I don't know. I don't know. I really like Thompson's team getting through without the Veramos, Stoic.
I think I do like Thompson's draft here. I think it's a little bit more aggressive than Topa V's. We've got big damage coming from the gaps. So we've got the defense break, the Fire Monkey King, which is going to be a very big issue for Topa V. We also have a lack of immunity where he has to worry about the Oliver. So a lot of things got going right now for Thompson. He's going to be boosting up his team. He's going to be take advantage of Topa V with a much faster draft.
Yeah, I think you need to remove the Smicer. The strip comes in. Can he get Death Break and a proc? No Death Break, but gets the proc. The stun comes in. Very, very clutch. I think if he manages to remove this monster quickly from the field, he'll be able to take a very, very strong lead into the match. Right now, stuns come out. The great silence on the wedge, even though it doesn't have the skills yet, you want to target it and put the bomb on it. The stun comes out, and now the segment will start doing work. That's why he didn't want to deal with a Veramos. Veramos was taking so many turns, you know, getting that disruption. He continues to protect the Smicer, and now it's going to be really difficult for this monkey to come out and remove him.
Yep, it definitely is. Now, there's a little bit of sustain, of course, with Smice's first skill, which is going to be very helpful for Topa V, but a defense break sitting on top of the segment right now is definitely going to be the unit of Thompson's focus, and he's going to keep pushing the segment. He wants to at least get a unit down here on Topa V's side of the field, but things aren't looking super great for Thompson having all of those debuffs on his team right now. And another Despair Stun going out, keeping the gap suit down, attack bar pushback with the Smicer. Smicer be smicing, Seppi.
Smicer's controlling this whole match, and now the monkey needs a clutch proc. He needs to Death Break and kill. It didn't proc to kill. The segment gets another turn, and she can reset another unit. She can go for the Oliver again, which is what we expect, and she gets it.
Yep, another Despair Stun going on top of the Gapsu. Gapsu, of course, is going to heal a little bit from this as well, but the bombs coming out will land on top of that Oliver as well. So I am expecting Topa V to lose this segment. No! So the hug does come out, locks down the segment, making sure this unit's going to be staying alive here, and the additional damage rolling out, getting rid of the Gapsu. And Topa V looks like he is going to be in full control here. Now, it's not over with the Fire Monkey King. We've seen Fire Monkey King do some really disgusting things where it, came back and sold a team here, but Topa V does have all the CADs to take this unit down.
Yeah, he needs a proc to get out of that. He does get out of it. Get some healing with a skill too. As long as he resists and removes 2 of the units, he goes for the attack break. He gets the kill. Can this monkey solo? Nah, the Juno hits too hard, right, man?
Yeah, the Juno's additional damage is going to be way too good there. But Topa V, like we said, being the kryptonite to Thompson, takes that round 1 away.
Yeah, let's talk about 2 key units. Smicer the Menace, like you very well dubbed it, Stoic, being incredible. And another thing, how often have we seen a segment not miss 1 reset in the whole match? I can tell you that mine is not like that.
That was a very good segment. It almost feels like you can quit the match out the second you start seeing segment not landing any of her resets here. But it was a very good segment. It was a really, really good draft for Topa V. We were fighting in that middle ground, didn't need to go turn 1, and it worked out very well for Topa V. But let's see if we get a different draft coming out of Thompson. Maybe something a little bit more aggressive, a little more high damage here. We do like the Fire Monkey King, though. I thought it was a fine unit for Thompson.
Yeah, it was a great pick. It was a great pick, Stoic. The thing was that the Chandra countered it so well, right? That hug kind of protected some of the key units in important moments in the match. So that was a great pick. That's why Thompson wants to get rid of that. The real question right now, look who's coming out. You asked for it for Jeff Bullet Down, but it comes out for Thompson, and he steals the segment.
Yep, this unit's got a 24 speed lead as well. It's the only Twin Angel that has a speed lead. So, I'd love to sit here and talk about all the skills that this thing has to offer, but I can tell you there's a stun in there, there's a defense break, and it does 4 other things, Seppi. And if I had it down in front of me, I'd tell you exactly what this unit does. But it does way too much for me to even come up with at the moment. But I do know it offers a defense break for Thompson to set up here. Gapsu Ragdoll getting drafted by Topa V, something Topa V is heavily playing in ATA today.
To quote a former comment about a very powerful water unit saying that Molong can't do much, the water Twin Angels can't do much, Right now, the Han coming
It doesn't do anything. It just defense breaks, strips, stuns, and one shots with the 3rd skill. What does it even do with additional damage? It doesn't do anything at all.
Exactly. The Juno coming out to counter that Pontos, having another source of beneficial effect removal, since we want to be family friendly. And now I actually have the Smicer, another great pick. A question for the chat. We can't see you, but I would love to hear, do you prefer Sekhmet or Okeanos as your fire reset unit? I'm kind of curious about that. Speaking of fire, Masha.
Segment. We prefer segment. Masha's a great pick. Big fan of Masha. So big that it was probably definitely getting banned out here for Thompson's side of the field. Gapsu's going to get the ban as well, and I like that. So we should see a pretty aggressive Thompson here, because we do have the Han in here, and the Han can provide a lot of damage and really get things rolling for Thompson. But I do think Topa V is aware of this. He's seen the Han before, and I think he's going to play pretty well knowing the Han is on the field.
Yeah, we need a lot of control on this Juno so the Pontos can be relevant. You need to remove someone from the field with the Han, and the Smicer is going to be very, very dangerous. Goes for the strip, gets it on the rag, and gets a proc. Everyone on Violent from now on.
Yep, let's see what happens. Are we setting up a defense break? I wish I knew which one of these it was a defense break on. But he could go for Holy Ground, get his invincibility out here. We do know the Juno can strip, but we have the Oliver who's going to be going in front of this Juno here. So getting that immunity, getting that invincibility up there, definitely key.
Yeah, you want to save that skill too, but now with the Han, you have to choose who to target. There's a danger on going for the rag, so he goes for the Juno. Proc can kill her, but no proc from the Han. Now, nothing for this Oliver to do. Gets a useless proc, classic. Now, the Smicer cannot control the Han. The immunity and the invincibility stay on. The Han can try to go for a stun right now because he's going to be out of that protection.
Yeah, Han's got to go for a stun on top of that. Oliver not receiving that stun either, but we do get the additional turn, more damage coming out on top of this Han. Beautiful Despair Stun's going to hit the field here. He's going to go with the Curse of the Beautiful, and usually when I see this Curse of the Beautiful, he's doing it because he's going to do something else. And I don't know what this water unit has in store, if it has a damaging ability here, but I think he's going to try and take advantage of a defense break somewhere.
Yeah, I would just hit the Juno right here to see how much damage I can do, because, goes for a ragdoll, not much damage, then it's fine. The only good thing is that he's going to have an opening right now, if the Pontos doesn't get stunned, to try to get that silence across the board. But it misses it on the Smicer. The Smicer with a couple procs here can really complicate this match for Thompson. Keeps going, attack break on the ragdoll, much damage from the Juno. This Han is a goner, and Smicer the Menace continues to do it. He needs a proc. Gets the proc to save the Han.
Wow, Holy Ground comes out, answering Thompson's prayers there. He's going to get that bomb off him, have his Han survive one more turn here. And I do think we've got third skill up here. The defense breaks is going to shake on top of the Ragdoll, so Ragdoll's not going to be the focus right now. I do think if Thompson has to go after something, it may have to be that Smicer.
Yeah, very good point. He keeps going for the Ragdoll. Now gets finally the reset on the Juno again. She had used it, but she was going to get the strip in one turn. So now he has a couple of turns time for this Han to remove someone from the field. The proc here would be huge.
Wow.
And he gets it. Do you risk it or do you not? You can just go
you're good to skill one.
This.
You're good to skill one. You don't have to do skill two. That was 19k. He was good.
No, I meant in a sense of not killing it and letting, Sekhmet try to finish it off, but then risking the crit, giving attack bar. Like, I didn't want to risk that. Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. So we've got some more skills here coming out from this Water Angel. I think one of these heal may have already used that skill here. We're getting additional turns. This is a very fast, violent set sitting on top of this Water Angel, by the way. He's going with a big skill 3 here. He needs to land that defense break. Gets the defense break a little too late here, but the big second skill's coming out there. Does remove the Smicer. Things have finally swayed in Thompson's side of the field here.
Very good point. Now the Juno's going to be able to finish this Han finally, but the Sekhmet puts the death break and he can start trying to work and removing these units. I'll tell you something, this Juno is still very dangerous. Let's see how much damage the Twin Angel can do. He will try to remove the Oliver first and then go for the Juno, but I don't think this match is fully over.
It's definitely not. I think Juno might actually be able to solo this. I'm looking at everything here, and I know the Pontos is going to offer a lot of damage. He has to keep the reset on top of that Juno to make sure Juno's not able to strip any of these buffs here. Getting rid of the Oliver is definitely something that needs to happen because our invincibility isn't going to last forever.
Yeah, now you have to kill the Oliver as quickly as possible, and he does, but now it's Juno against the world. How much damage this Water Twin Angel can do against her. We haven't seen much damage output so far.
Yeah, we really have. And 2.1k with just that hit alone, I don't think that's the kind of number that we're looking for. It does go with the reset because you want to stop that if he gets any holy grounds up. Like right now is a perfect time to get that. A lot of violent procs are coming into this match here. Definitely saving Thompson a little bit. We had 3 pretty impressive violent procs coming out of, 2 of them being the Pontos, 1 of them being the Han that really was able to sway Thompson into the spot here, though. But I think he might be able to lock this one down. We do know Juno is one of those units to kind of turn things around there, but Thompson, he's going to win round 2. He's able to clap back here against Topa V.
Very well done, and he's got to give it to that Pontos. 2 of the best timely procs we've seen on the day, 2 times that he needed to be protected, and that was incredible. Now, Topa V is going to have access to those units from game 1, Stoic. The real question is, Sekhmet has been performing very well on both sides. Do you think Topa V is going to like try to keep the Sekhmet, you know, now that he has access to the Chandra, or that Thompson's going to try to steal that away again?
I'm not too sure if Sekhmet's going to be one of those units that sway back and forth. I'm not sure if, you know, I mean, Topa V took Sekhmet in the very first match where it was Sekhmet and I can't remember what that first pick was coming at him. Chandra Sekhmet, and then Thompson went with the Oliver. I kind of hope Thompson doesn't go with the Oliver in this round. I think I would prefer to see him go with the Ciara route where he gets to showcase a little bit of damage here. But it looks like he's going to dig into Topa's box. He's going to take the Chandra away. Topa is going to go with the Oliver. He's going to take that away from Thompson, and he is going to take the Sekhmet in this round.
I like this. I like players stealing from each other, you know, disrupting strategies. So that's why I was like trying to nab that. And now Thompson has to adapt, right? Now there's double reset on the side of Topa. Very quick unit with a 33. So he's kind of like, I have to sit into a turn 2, into a mid-range comp. Opts for the Hagen. Great pick. But the Cigar is what I really like. Great counter to the Oliver. The question right now is, does Topa just set fully on turn 1 and brings in something that allows him to not get cut like an Escher? I would love to see something like that. Or does he bring units like a wind unit? A Ciara would be great here. Another wind unit that would be interesting would be a tankier thing. That in the meta we've seen less tanky wind units, but the Smicer comes out. I really like that.
Yeah, I know Juno may be a little bit of an issue, but I feel like I would love to see a fire hacker coming in here. This is one of the brand new units that people are putting into the meta right now, and I really, really like a fire hacker, but I do think Juno might be a bit of an issue when it comes to trying to play that unit here. I love the Masha. I love the Velajul. You know, technically there's 3 strips out here with Smicer doing it passively, Sekhmet with the 3rd skill, and Juno being that main stripper for the team here. But I think the Velajul is pretty good. I think Shizuka states that Cigar is probably going to get the ban.
Yeah, you know what? I don't mind that Shizuka so much. If he bans it, I'm okay with that. But I think the Juno or the Smicer are the more oppressive units in this draft. But let's see what Thompson wishes to do. And I agree with you. The Masha is extremely powerful here, strong against all the 4 first units, and the Shizuka coming in is definitely a response to that, an acknowledgement. So let's see what they opt to ban. I think it's going to be very telling of what they do. The Masha gets the ban. That was expected. He does ban the Shizuka. I don't know. I really like Topa V's draft with that Shizuka ban.
I like Topa V's draft as well with banning out Thompson's Masha, because I feel like he really slows down Thompson a lot. The threat on the field right now remains a Velajul and even Cigar landing some defense breaks here. Now we have on Topa's side of the field Smicer be smicing the bombs, the attack by pushback, the strips, the chaos, all that will reign. Even the Juno, there's a lot going right now for Topa V. So I'm giving a little bit of credit right now to Topa V's side of the draft, and we're going to let the rest of the match speak itself. So we got damage right now going towards the Juno being the one unit that looks like Thompson wants to focus out at the moment.
Yeah, very interesting choice by Topa. I understood kind of what he was trying at. He didn't want to push Thompson forward so he would get the Cigar, but that was going to happen either way. So I would have tried to go for the strip to try to mess up with the turn order. I think that might cost him a lot. Like, that choice was a little bit greedy. The Cigar gets some control. The Juno still gets some damage, but if the Velajul gets some procs, this is going to be an interesting match.
Yeah, if that's honestly, that's again, I know we were talking about match number 2 from Thompson where he did get some key procs that really pushed him ahead of Topa V. But I do think we might be in that same situation right now where Velajul is going to need a lot of key procs to really take advantage of his opponent here. But Smicer be smicing, and that silences for 2 turns, sitting on top of that Velajul. And again, bombs are coming out, stuns are coming out, and this unit is a menace.
Yeah, the Smicer's too strong into this. Very oppressive. The Oliver gets a key proc. Now he can reset the cigar. And with that, it's looking locked down. The Vela, he will not get a chance even to proc because that death break from the segment was too strong. And now, stunned, little by little, he can try to climb back into the game, but he's missing so much damage, Stoic. With the ban of the Masha, very well done by Topa, like we talked about, just lacks damage, right? Like, once you get rid of that Vela, it's very, very difficult to remove units from the field. There's no one else on crit damage that can, oppress Topa V's team.
Yep, that's right. I mean, we're talking about very tanky units for Topa V. Everything on that side of the field is built very, very tanky and doesn't need to be built on damage. We're just getting all of it through additionals on top of the Juno, the bomb damage on top of the Smicer, and just more additionals coming from the segment as well. And what an incredible draft, an incredible last third round there from Topa V. So well done from him. It said a lot in the draft, Evan. There's a lot going on here, and Topa V won it.
It did, man. Topa V took that last game like maybe he was feeling a little something after that game too, and he took it right back, man. And the winner has been decided indeed. So Topa moves on ahead. Thompson going to be back down in that bottom bracket today. So Tyler, what did you think of that set? How did game one look to you?
So game one was interesting. There was a good balance in the draft, the way that both players went in. So we saw the Ragdoll and the Laura pre-bans. Thompson didn't want to see the Ragdoll Gapsu combo. And then with Laura, obviously Laura, that really fast stripper, lots of additional damage that can come through. But we actually saw immunity and cleanse on both sides. Both players had that locked into their box and realized, I think these are going to be the force bans on both sides. And they were, right? The issue for Thompson is when you look at Sekhmet with the heal block, plus the tons of additional debuffs. You have Sekhmet, you have Smicer, you have Juno for the strip with the Amduat. It's really hard for Gapsu to actually keep up and keep on pace in this situation. So Thompson ended up just falling behind in this match.
Yes, and that's why the ban on Veramos was so good. I gotta say, I love the Vero pick here. It's silly to say it, but I mean it. And this was kind of like foreshadowing for the rest of the set too, with Smicer. Smicer, I hardly know her. He was really showing what he's made of in this first game. And then we transition into match number 2 here, Tyler. So this one had the Pontos, it had the Han, and it had a few procs from Topa that were kind of useless because the whole other side of the team was invincible and immunity based. So that means that they didn't get a lot of value, and it shifted the scales in Thompson's favor too when he went to proc.
Yeah, so Thompson actually had probably one of the low-key, like the best drafts I have seen in a long time in this game. There's a couple combinations here with the Twin Angels where people don't realize it because there's so many skills. So the Twin Angel's second skill on one of them allows you to lower the cooldown of one of your allies. You also have a single target strip into defense break. So what this allows in his draft, having the Twin Angels plus the Sekhmet, and then a Masha plus a Han, it allows him to have 2 single target strips into 2 single target defense breaks that can self-cycle and kill a unit on turn 1. Thompson actually had a fantastic aggressive draft in here, and that's probably what I would have liked to have seen more in game 3.
Yeah, and it's easy to get stuck on the proc because, I mean, we talk about this a lot. I think I've even talked about it with you on our recent stream together, where Pontos is probably one of the most effective and game-changing violent procs that you can get in Summoner's War as a whole. But like that draft, like you said, incredibly synergistic throughout. And then, of course, in that third game too, we saw just gradual control from Topa V. Anything that you wanted to highlight from that last round there?
Yeah, so just going a little bit more back to game 2 before we talk about game 3 here. Another really interesting combo that was brought up in that specifically is not only does the Twin Angels cooldown reduction synergize well with Pontos being able to cleanse or have that AoE silence, it's also really good with Sekhmet, right? If your Sekhmet misses their skill 3 or you hit the skill 3 and then you don't steal any buffs, you're not going to be cycling your cooldowns as fast, right? So with the Twin Angels being able to do that, it helps you set up and control with the heal block and the defense break. Like, it's more opportune into the whole thing, but overall, like, it was just a fantastic match to watch both of these players go against each other.
Yeah, it absolutely was. Again, I said it earlier today, I'm feeling spoiled already, and yet we still have another game before we even touch the bottom bracket here. We got Zazos versus Jael Troll right now. This is looking to be a big one too. Zazos has made a big name for himself throughout these monthly trials.
He really has. He has been consistent. I think that's the only word I can use for him, because that man has been consistent throughout all of Summit this year. In the previous year before, he's been an incredible player. His drafts have been super, super clean. He's not someone who's reigning in all LD units, even though LD Nat 5s aren't super, super prevalent right now. We're watching just so many regular elements really take the spotlight when it comes to a lot of the drafts right now, but it's so nice to have some of the LD Nat 5s to just dribble it into your draft and kind of make things shine from there out. But Zazos, not having a ton of them, has just been really thriving with everything that he's been bringing to the table here.
Oh man, and he's been watching Freerin too. Look at this, Zazos. I'm an even bigger fan than I was before. Here we go, guys. Take it away, Seppi and Stoic for Zazos versus Jael Troll.
Poof, and we're getting into that pre-ban right here, and we've got first pick coming from JL. Whatever he's going to possibly take away from Zazos. Pre-ban's coming out shortly. They're definitely taking their time here. Oliver and Nephthys.
Very interesting pre-bans, and we know that there's been 2 units today that have been killing it. Smicer the Menace, as you dubbed it, and Sekhmet. Both of them very, very high win rate on the day. All 3 matches were won by Sekhmet on the previous one. Smicer has won all of its matches today, and we see a 33 on Jael's side, and now Zeza responding with a Chandra, and let's see if it's a turn 1 or a turn 2 unit. We see Sekhmet coming out once again. So I'm just going to say it right now, Zeza's going to win this.
We'll see. I give a lot of credit to Zazos. I mean, how can anybody? You're looking at a top competitor right here, especially the Latin American bracket. He's got the Chandra speed lead. He's got the turn 1 unit. Sekhmet. Jael is going to be drafting a Wusa and a Smicer. Smicer. He's winning all the matches right now. And Juno has been a fantastic unit that we've seen throughout the day as well. So a great pick coming out of Zazos as well.
Yeah, I really like those picks. And the interesting thing is now we see the Smicer and Sekhmet split. They've been in the same side in multiple games and been winning together. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to deal with each other. Smicer is a unit that even reset still outputs a lot of value. And now Jael bringing out the Tian Lang very strong into this comp. And a lot of damage with the Miles. The Leo hits the floor very, very quickly. So what are you expecting from bans right here, Stoic?
Oof. Well, it looks like the Miles end up getting banned out because I think Zazos figured that his Leo is going to get the ban, but Leo does not get the ban, and we've got the Wind Pudding Princess going to get the ban here. So HP leads. Looks like he's going to be tanking up for Zazos. Team Speed lead, of course, coming out for Jael. And let's get into it, man. This is the very first match that we have with these two.
Very first match, starting off with Leo on the floor, and I think Zezas thought that Leo was going to get banned, but he is here. Let's see how much damage do these monsters manage to output with a Leo on the floor. The additional damage on speed is not going to be as strong, and the Juno here promises to be a very, very important unit against the Xian Lang, against the Smicer. Can he remove the beneficial effects that the Wusa just put up?
Yep, we'll find out. I mean, we've got Juno that can get these the big strips here. Defense break is going to be landing on top of Leo. Leo looks like it's going to be the main focus right now, and I'm curious if Zazos is going to keep going into the Smicer or move on to potentially this Vanessa.
Very good point. And did you notice that is the spare Sekhmet? So she already stripped and stunned. She doesn't care. Get some death breaks in. The Juno's going to start working on this Vanessa. Lots of damage on her. Can the Leo get a proc? No proc to escape that death break. Keeps working on it. The Juno will almost remove this Vanessa, but Vanessa's going to hit the floor no matter what. But it's Meiser with a huge proc.
Yeah, big proc right there. Bomb does land on top of the Chandra, but Chandra's not going to get stunned up here. I think he is going to go full into this Leo. He has to. Big second skill's coming in and does drop that Leo with a second skill. We have third skill available. Looking for a reset on top. And that's a Despair. Everybody with their strange Despair units. Despair Sekhmet, Despair Vanessa. So
Oliver.
wild.
Yeah. Well, at this point, I'll tell you something. The Juno becomes stronger and stronger by the second. So if he manages, oh my god, this unit doesn't stop stunning. If he manages to remove this Meiser and the Panda, the Juno, will be incredibly strong in the late game. We're definitely favoring Zazos right now. There's a lot of procs that are needed from Jael's side. Protecting right now the segment, gets a clutch stun, and the Smicer will need to proc out of his mind to get a bomb right here. No proc.
Sebi, these are 3 Despair units. This is a Despair Sekhmet, Chandra, and Juno, so all of them looking to get as many Despair stuns as possible. So these Violent procs, we saw the Violent on the Tian Lang, the Violent on top of the Busa, so I wouldn't be surprised if we're already in a world of sitting at 12% at a chance to proc, where we have the Despair units that are just going to keep pumping their damage out here.
Yeah, I agree with you. The Despair has been oppressive, and it reminds me of a very good friend, Island Grown. You know, Despair 25% is 32%. He did love those Despair units, and right now we're seeing the power of them. The Juno doesn't get a stun this time, but you know what? She does get the strip.
Yep, I mean, I think the unit of focus right now really is like Smicer. We got to get rid of this unit. I know the Juno's still really good right now, but I feel like getting the bombs out there, that's what really is going to do away with the segment and everything else. But it looks like Tian Lang probably is the focus. It's the lowest unit out there. You want to take stuff out as soon as possible. The Despair stuns are raining. It's still happening.
Clutch stun. He needs a proc from Usa. Doesn't happen. Can the Juno stun the Tian Lang? Doesn't. This is getting slightly dangerous, my friend. He can try. He goes for the damage just for the kill. Doesn't go for the reset because he trusts his Juno. It's going to be Juno against the world.
Yeah, I think he has to go for the skill. Well, no, you know what? He can't go with skill 3 because he doesn't want the 3rd skill happening and then taking the shields and putting him onto the segment. So that was quite the play, not choosing to use your skill 3, but ended up getting reset anyways. It goes down here. It is a Smicer versus Juno. Oh,
Yeah,
the Despair stuns! How strong are the Despair stuns? We have healing with first skill. Oh no, but the Despair stuns are ruining. Oh, but Smicer's got Smicer. I hardly knew her.
Yeah, if there's a one-on-one that Smicer's not gonna win, is versus Juno and versus Averamos, to quote our good friend Evan. But let's go to game number 2, where Zazos had a very strong draft. The Juno, the segment did a lot of work, and like we talked about in this match, Despair beat Violent.
Yeah, well, we've got new, Despair beat Violent. Isn't that crazy? We live in a world where Despair actually beats Violent. That's such a crazy thing to say. But yeah, Despair is so toxic right now. It really is. Like, it's just so often you see these units going absolutely berserk with the amount of Despair stuns that they're rocking. I mean, Despair is so good that people are opting to put a segment on Despair, a Vanessa on Despair, and Oliver on Despair. All of these units that were, you know, built on Violent, built on Swift, getting all this crazy utility. But we're in that world. This is 2024, man. You could be whatever you want to be, and people want to be a Despair now.
Yeah, I wish I had many good Despair sets. I only have a couple, and I don't have a Juno. So, you know, it is the life. Despairless. It's all Swift and Vile. Let's go first pick on the Oliver. Speaking of units that could be on Despair or Violet, Jael right now, let's see if he reacts and swaps a little bit of his strategy. Goes with a Vanessa. Very good pick. Will he bring on that Smicer once again, or too early, or he swaps to go with it? Ooh, I like that change. You know what? I like that change. Zeza is still very consistent, gets the holy trinity right there of elements, one of each. He doesn't want to lean too heavily into any direction.
I like how both players are drafting right now. I'm a fan of both drafts. I think either one of them has a chance right now. Of course, either one of them have a chance, but I just like the direction of both players that they're drafting. And okay, Woos is fine. I think Woos is definitely a good unit. We're not showcasing any consistent strip coming out of Zazos yet. We've got Smicer coming back here, return of the menace.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't love the Wusa. I like the Smicer. I would have hoped for like a Chung Pong or something else going for that turn 1, because now he kind of puts his back against the wall and lets Zezas take control. And now Zezas can close out with 2 very aggressive units.
I love that last pick. That last pick really makes you think, because the Kiara is a very interesting unit, offering this endure attack buff for 3rd skill. 2nd skill is that same as Vanessa, so we know what kind of gas Zazos has in the tank when it comes to drafting Kiara here. And it looks like Vanessa might hit the field. I think the Vanessa was an okay build. The Chiwu getting the glancing might be the better route to take here, to be able to glance the entire team of Zazos. Might be kind of what Giltron needs to go for. So let's see what happens here. I do like the aggression coming out of Zazos, but they're still here with that Masha too.
Yeah, interesting. I was expecting him to ban the segment with that Chiwu pick, but he did ban the Robo. I don't know if that was the best because now the segment has guaranteed turn 1 right here. I don't see anyone outspeeding her. Nope, not even the Wusa, and gets stunned once again on reset.
That's so funny to see that. Turn 1 despair stun going on the Wusa. Wusa procs out anyways, but no skills are going to be there at the door. So we've got skills available for Zhongnang here. Can go with second skill to get the strip on top of the Masha. No additional turns coming out here. Looking for AoE strips here. I do believe this is a despair more.
Oof. Gets that buff. The Endure is on, and now there's no strip. Lots of damage coming in. Can he reset? And he gets the increased cool time finally on this Meiser. Gets a clutch stun with the Water Ryu. And now he can start working, keep working on that segment. More damage, getting her to 1 HP. And a proc from this Meiser right here can be huge. Doesn't get it.
Yeah, he did not get that proc there. And removing any of these Endures, or any of the buffs on the other side of Zazos' team here, it's kind of what Smeiser really needs to go for to really open up a window for Giltroll here. And it looks like Zazos is going to keep going into the Smeiser here.
Yeah, the segment missed everything with her AoE, which is not great. Only one glancing, no death break, no opportunity to deal lots of damage. He keeps going for the Masha, gets one more turn of protection, and now he can reset but resist the Wusa. And now, is this the opportunity? A huge proc. He goes once again, increased cool time gets it, and the damage to remove the Smeiser. Whoa, over 30k, ignore defense.
Yeah, that was plenty of damage. Get rid of that Smeiser there, but it's definitely not over for Giltroll yet. We do have Masha, and Masha is still problematic. Getting rid of the Kiara is very, very important. Of course, these things are going to go down right one after another. So Segment's going to be dropping here. Oliver's going to be the new unit of focus, and we still have Masha. Masha is something that Zazos has to worry about.
Yeah, I actually think that the game is looking very good for Giltroll because he needs to stun every turn, and the Masha is still protected. The Masha is still on the chair, like we like to say, and this Oliver will not be on the game for much longer. Giltroll taking game 2 away from Zazos.
Yeah, what a wonderful game, too. Like we had said, we liked both drafts in this match, and I feel like RNG just kind of states it throughout there. We saw some resists happen, we saw some stuns, we saw some violent procs, and that didn't necessarily give away why one person won over another person here, but like we said, the drafts were very, very even. It was very stalemate-ish, so any missed opportunity was a big loss when it came to these solid drafts.
Agree with you, Stoic. That moment when the segment missed almost all of her AoE, like small details like that in matches where both players draft very well and play extremely detailed Summoner's War, those are the deciders, right? So we're going to see if on match 3 both of them have consistent drafts still, or if they try to steal units away from each other, and starting off with stealing, that Oliver.
Yeah, we're stealing stuff all over the place. I believe both players are taking the Chandra, both players are taking the Oliver, so we've got Oliver being drafted. We've got Vanessa getting drafted. 33s for both players. I love the Cigar being taken by Zazos. I think that's a great unit for him to lock in right next to that Vanessa as well.
And you know what? The Wusa has not done much, but he has been a target of reset. So he's been taking a lot of those resets, and other units have been able to run riot, and output damage and do their things because the Wusa is such a high value unit if he gets that immunity off and you don't have AoE strip. So this time he brings on the Juno back, which is a great counter to the Wusa.
Now, I like this pivot from Zazos, okay? When he showcases a Camilla here, he showcases a problem unit. This needs to be addressed in Giltroll's draft here. And I do think Miles is going to be the address to the Camilla. It's going to offer plenty of damage to help get rid of this really, really tanky unit that's going to have a lot of survivability. Even the Fire Monkey King. I like the Fire Monkey King because the Fire Monkey King needs to be addressed by Zazos, where Zazos needs to bring something that he says either the Fire Monkey King's banned or it's going to be killed. And Chow might be that answer. Again, both these players are just, this is such a great draft for both of them. I feel like we responded really well. Both players have great threat, great support, and great control. Again, I feel like, we're going to watch and see what missed opportunities happen in the match, but I like both drafts.
I love him too, Stoic, and I was going to say, please let the Chow through, and the Chow has gone through. So the question right now is, can this Miles remove him from the field quickly enough, or will the Chow get, an opportunity to cause some damage, misses, the immunity is going to come up from the Wusa, and we're going to see how much damage can be done. Can this Juno remove all of this beneficial effects only gets one monster. That is huge for Gel Troll.
Yep, it really is. Reset's going to be coming out on top of the Masha. If he can get rid of the if Zazos can get rid of the Masha and get it dismounted as soon as possible, that's a massive play for him. But it looks like Miles is going to be the unit of focus right now. Beautiful second skill is going to be there to heal up his Miles, and we've got first skill looking for a sleep. Not receiving that sleep anywhere though.
Yeah, I agree. I like him going for the Miles because then the Chow is going to be so difficult to be removed, even though we know that this Cigar is probably dead next turn. If the Chow manages to remove this Miles from the floor, he's going to have only one monster to be worried about, which is the Fire Monkey. And people at home are probably thinking, whoa, a fire unit against a water unit? Are you crazy? A stacked monkey at the end of the game can be super dangerous.
It really can be. Now this, I'll talk about super dangerous. I don't know how many times Geltro tried to take care of this Cigar and Cigar refused to go down here. That's insane how well ruined this unit is because it did not want to go down here. Massive second skill Chow damage going out onto the Wusa. Wusa handled it pretty well. Okay, we're still alive here. We're doing okay. Defense break sitting on top of that Juno. So I think this Fire Monkey King should take advantage of that defense break and does not get the kill on Juno. Wow.
1 HP, and I gotta say it, I don't know if letting the Chow through was the best option. It's becoming really, really dangerous, and this Cigar that refuses to go down is taking a metal home because he keeps resetting, and even a fire monster reducing the attack bar. Right now, the monkey needs to kill one unit, proc, and try to remove a second one. He kills the Juno, but doesn't get the proc to kill the Cigar, and the game is very, very dangerous because if this Chow kills the monkey, it's gonna be over.
Yeah, this is crazy watching two fire units going up against two water units. Now, this is a world where we say that the water units should win over the fire units, and it is. That's what's going to happen here. The water units should be winning over the fire units. The whole world is right side up, and we're not looking at an upside down world where fire units beat water.
Great victory by Zazos. Companion, great Brazilian player. Congratulations.
Well done.
Look at that. It's
Evan,
not opposite
this was crazy, dude.
It's not opposite day, Stoic. We got water units beating fire units, just as John come to us intended. Tyler, that was a pretty great set, man. You want to start us off with your thoughts on game one?
Yeah, so game one, we saw the pre-bans. We saw Oliver and Nephthys being taken away. Zazos winning this game. Thought it was a little bit of a strange kind of ban there. We saw the Angela ban, and then we had the Leo in there. So maybe there was a bit of confusion from both players, thinking like, oh, well, you're clearly going to ban my Leo, so I'll just leave I'll ban the Miles out. But it kind of got a little weird there. After that, though, the targeting is what kind of confused me the most. So JL actually chose to kill the Leo first, which ended up giving Zazos a lot of extra damage in the turn. It gave him more damage from the Chandra by having speed buff available for his team, but it also enabled the Juno to get more additionals. In this specifically, though, I think the main reason why we saw the loss on JL's side and the advantage for Zazos was that he chose to target everything that wasn't the Juno, right? At the end of the game, if Smicer versus Juno, you're going to keep applying debuffs and she's just going to heal infinitely. So there's no chance that Smicer will ever be able to come back from that situation.
Yes, and I'm really glad you said that because it was definitely a tall order getting him to take down the Juno at all that game, just based on the units that he picked, because generally outside of Miles, he kind of lacked a little damage. But like, with that in mind, you kind of got to flip the script a little bit and take out Juno earlier when you have a Smicer, because that's the worst case scenario, right? Is that Smicer's the last one there with Juno.
Yeah, and then looking at this game too here, something I noticed was that the Smicer's off Will. So I think it's actually built on Nemesis. So it's designed to be like a tankier rotation build. This game was a little bit unfortunate for Zazos. He missed a lot of activations. Sekhmet was a really crippling one, not being able to hit that skill 2. But the biggest thing I noticed was that Kiara requiring the skill 3 first to kill with second skill shows that the draft itself is inherently slower and a bit more of a kind of like a showy draft, less so of something that I would say is super confident to bring into that.
Yeah, there's high variance there, right? Like you don't have a consistent source to attack buff to set her up beforehand. You know, you can't just get in there with that skill 2 and take someone down early. I think that's a really good point. And also, Tyler, like this entire set was just like a despair showcase. I think that was really fun to see. You know, y'all were talking about it mid game too, but yeah, Tyler, like despair 25%. Turns out it's pretty good.
Yeah, so we saw this actually in the last summit. Zazos having a couple of unique builds. He has the Despair Sekhmet. He has the Violent Ethna. Like Stoic was talking about, people who are running Despair Vanessa. Like I myself enjoy the Despair Vanessa. But I think the reason why a lot of people are doing that now is because a while ago there was a change to Despair runes that allows them to apply on glance. So with that mechanic being available, Despair itself just has a much stronger place in the meta. And it kind of opens up more build opportunities and more flexibility in the drafts that you can take.
Yeah, and obviously the Chow was just so wonderful. Locked down the set, got his name forward. Zazos moving ahead and completing the first round of the winner's bracket. So now we've got True Whale who moved forward against Mendieta to look forward to, and Topa V and Zazos. But we also need to go down into the bottom bracket because all the folks who we've seen who maybe lost their first set, they're not gone. You get to look forward to seeing more of them. In fact, we're going to be dipping back down into there to figure out who's going to be filling out the rest of the bracket shortly here. And you get to look forward to Rhino versus Jeff and Thompson versus Jael Troll. So there's a lot of great summit action waiting for us here. And also, everybody, I want to remind folks, if you're enjoying the Americas Summit, you're going to want to make sure to lock down these 2 dates on your calendar, May 18th and May 19th. For the first time ever in Summoners War history, we're having our 2-day event. And we got the Americas Summit Finals in person in Los Angeles on the 18th of that. So be sure to register now. If you're watching on Twitch, you can use Command Festival to get the registration link for that. You can use Command Festival. So make sure you're doing that. Hang out with us too. We're coming up on our very first break today. Stick with us. We got more awesome America Summit action coming up in 10 minutes. See y'all soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Americas Summit 2024 monthly trial for April. My name's Evan. I'm still at the table here with Seppi Stoic and Once in Love, and we're just about to head into the bottom bracket. After a frankly great start to the tournament there, Seppi. Like, that was a really nice start to this whole thing.
Great start, Evan, and a couple of surprises, you know? I'm very excited to see some of the bottom bracket as well. I don't think we got to see everything that Rhino had to offer. We all talked about how excited we were to see those comps. So I'm glad that we're going to get to see some of the players that maybe, you know, kind of went against an opponent that was too high of a level. And now, true whale, let's see how he does in the top bracket.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably, again, my favorite part of this tournament right now, Stoic, is we get to see more of those players who we love to watch. Like, right now, we're about to go into Rhino versus Jeff, and we love both of those guys.
Yep, we do. We also love lots of Smice her. I hardly knew her. Come on, guys. Like, get with me.
I love it. Chat should love it. Chat doesn't seem to be loving it. I love it, dude.
All right, that's the last joke I tell.
Objectively
All right, I'm looking forward to
hilarious.
get into our first match, though. We've got Rhino, we've got Jeff, we've got someone who likes to go turn one. It's going to be super exciting to see what Rhino can bring to the table here. But we also have Jeff Badell. Jeff Badell, he's a master, in his own words here. I can't wait to see what he's going to be potentially bringing, the direction he's going to take his draft here, because there's a lot of things that he knows. He knows what he's going up against, and I want to see how he's going to handle it here.
Oh my gosh,
Very
Tyler,
good
look at that.
point.
Free ban.
Yep. He definitely studied, and the question for now is, will Jeff go turn one or will he go turn two? The 33 is kind of telling us that he can go in any direction. Vanessa is a great monster to play turn two as well because of the revive, but it also gives you the opportunity to go very fast. The Hey Gang, more reactionary, and the Cigar also generally a violent unit. So it looks like Jeff is going to go turn two. How do you think that fits against this very fast comp from Rhino? Ooh, look what we just saw.
So we've seen this with Rhino as well. He likes to do what I would like to call the Evan comp, where we have the Miying and then we have the Water Monkey King potentially getting drafted by Rhino. He's brought this in the past before. I don't know if he's going to bring this now. I think Jeff's showcasing a little bit of threat here where maybe we don't go water heavy, where we've got a Leo potentially hitting the field with another unit that has not been named and is going to be a Juno. So not a bad draft coming from either one of the players here. Maybe a little, I would say, all in, it kind of feels like with Rhino right now, not offering a ton of threat. We have a nice interrupter in the form of Ethna.
You know what, Stoic? I don't love the Juno. I love the Leo pick, but I would have liked to see maybe a Diana, and then you force to play against those four. Now, what it tells me is, yeah, Rhino can pick a must-ban unit like Douglas. You have to play against the four. He can ban the Leo and go against the whole comp, and I think he has a lot of ways to deal with this Juno. There's a lot of water damage, but the Leo is not banned. Oh, this is interesting. I hope this is a tanky Etna.
Yeah, very interesting to see that. I kind of hope that it's a violent Ethna, so that Ethna can, cause a little bit more chaos, be a little bit more interruptive here as well. So let's see what happens, because I kind of give a lot of favor right now to Jeff's draft. I think Jeff's got a very, very strong draft right now. I think this is Rhino's version of playing not so turn one-ish, a little mid-ish here. Let's see what the Water Pure Vanilla is going to be doing. I would say Immunity is going to be popping up here. Attack buff, speed buff.
Yeah, let's see the damage from this. Miyang gets the strip, lots of damage, can get the stun if he just goes for it. I wouldn't even risk skill 2, goes for skill 3, beautiful damage. And now the Pontos can just save it because we know that a Juno is coming, and since he doesn't have any reset on his side, there's no way of stopping this Juno.
Yep, most definitely. Now, Ethna is taking a little bit of damage here, so I don't think this is a super, super tanky Ethna, because just the way it looks right now, Ethna did take a lot of damage. We do have some sustain here, of course, with the skill 1 coming from Water Pure Vanilla, and of course the Miying offering lots of sustain, so that sustain is going to be rolling out here. We get that third skill. It's going to heal up our Ethna a ton here, which is definitely what Rhino really, really needs. He's got second skill coming out here, needs to set up some defense breaks and try to take advantage of something.
Yeah, very good point. He gets the silence right now, which is huge because of the Vanessa, but she procs out of it, reminding everyone that Vanessa doesn't have a passive anymore, so she wouldn't have been able to revive. But now that she procced out of it, this is a huge change. The question right now is, do you try to go for the Oblivion on that Juno right away, or do you just save it? Does he just go for skill one to get that
save it.
kill? Oh, I
he wanted
agree
to
with
get
you.
the
And he risked it
Oblivion
on the Leo.
off the Leo.
Yeah, he risked it. He risked it. I think this is very problematic because now he can't even kill the Cigar because the Cigar will come back without silence. So I think it's a very risky position. If he uses Holy Ground, the Juno can just go for the strip. Let's see what he does. Can the Juno be clutch? Yes,
the
sir.
Juno
She gets
is
3
super
out of
clutch.
4.
That's really,
And
really
this
big there.
Edna's
Did
dead.
you just go with second skill instead? He might go second skill. He might go third skill, go fully into this Leo here. Does go fully into the Leo. Leo is going to be in torrent range right now. He's trying to get the kill here on top of the Cigar to then get the kill on top of the Leo. I don't know if that's going to line up the way Rhino would like to see it. I think he really needs to see some additional turns pop out here so he can take advantage of his opponent, Jeff.
I agree with you. I think it's a very dangerous moment for him. Oh, good Brock. But is it enough? If the Etna dies, oh, this is GG, my friend. Beautiful reset from the Cigar that refused to die 2 times. And GG. Once again, if the Leo hits the floor like that, you got to get rid of it. It's so oppressive against that kind of team.
Yep, it really is. I feel like what we need to see from Rhino here, if he's going to go and try to play a not turn one style draft like he brought in this one, he brings a little bit more aggression, some more threat in there. I thought the Pontos it's a good unit. I don't know if we should have opened up with the Pontos. I think if you wanted to lock in a speed lead, it could have been some other avenues of drafting that instead of taking in that. So interesting choice of draft here for Rhino. I give a lot of credit to Jeff's draft. I did like Jeff's draft just a little bit better than his. We have some interesting pre-bans here, though. We got a Doc Unicorn in pre-ban as well as that Water Pure Vanilla.
Yeah, Alexandra, very cool to see that being banned. We know that's one of Jeff's signature units, and right now, Draco first pick, so going very fast, 106 base speed. He needs to pick up some fast, speed leads. The 33 of PSAM comes out here. Will we see Carlos, and is it Aleutian coming in later, or do you know what type of units does he generally like to pair up with the Draco?
That Light Striker. We may see him coming in after this as well. Super good unit in the hands of Rhino. Jeff Baldow should know about this. Jeff Baldow's got double Unicorn. I did not know he had the Light Unicorn in his wheelhouse. And we do like the Camilla. I think the Camilla is a great response to the damage that Rhino's going to be bringing in this draft.
Very good point. I really like that response. I don't know about the Eleanor, I don't know. I don't know how she fits into this counter. It's kind of taken into account that you're going to survive to get the value from the Light Pony. Does that change how Rhino does these things? We'll see. The Pontos once again, and now he needs some damage. It is the Miang once again. So this is a more mid-range comp, even though he has some, nuking abilities over there. Who do you think would be a nice last pick? I would love to see maybe a Diana here or a Leo. I love that. And then you just ban the Carlos, and you don't worry against that, big nuke.
Yeah, when someone's playing turn one, Leo is always a great option. You can never go wrong dropping a Leo like that. So Leo's so good. It's got to get banned out here. And I did see the Carlos getting banned out on the side of Rhino. I think Jeff Bladow's limiting the damage, limiting the threat. It's on the other side of the field with Rhino's team here. Obviously, we have Miang's second skill hits pretty good now. And the Samathkan to provide a little bit of damage too.
Yeah, very good point. He goes for the damage on her. She's quite squishy. Gets the stun, even though the Draco's going to pull ahead. Now, the speed tuning is going to be off because the Pontos moves after the Miang, and now she can't go. You need to protect the whole team and hope that stays that way. The good thing is that the Etna used one of the skills that strips on his side, and now he only has the strip from the Vanessa to try to get rid of this unit.
Yep, going for a strip here. It looks like Jeff wants to do away with this Miang and get rid of this big sustain that Rhino has for his team to really keep him in that mid-range bruiser team here. And I think he does have what it takes to drop that Miang, and he does so.
Yeah, very, very good choice. I think now there's a lot of damage missing on the Rhino side, and it's GG.
Wow.
Jeff with great adaptive drafts and Leo picks that frankly kind of broke Rhino's legs.
Yep, most definitely.
Yeah,
what a win there for Jeff Baladow. So big congratulations to him. Pushing Rhino down just a little bit further. And Evan, man, we've got another big win here for Jeff Baladow.
Yeah, Jeff with the 2-0. He really showed everything he's got in that game. That was just so clean from Jeff. And I have to say, though, you guys weren't kidding about Rhino. I love watching the guy work. I think his teams are super fun. And anytime he brings the Mi Yang and the Monkey, I remember, although we didn't see Shiho this time, but Mi Yang Monkey was actually something that Seppi introduced me to. So I love seeing it in a tournament setting like this, and even just half of it. Tyler, what'd you think about that setup? What'd you think about the game that Rhino brought to the table?
Yeah, so firstly, I'd like to appreciate the shout out for the talisman that you mentioned was banned as one of my my first LD not 5. The first draft I thought was a little strange. No ban on the Leo signified kind of a lot of force damage into this combination. It was difficult for Rhino to really force through the Leo and then to also force through the Vanessa in the situation. He had the Pontos, which was great for the Vanessa, like you guys mentioned in the on the cast. The silence does stop the revive there, and that was fantastic and valuable, but overall it was just a little bit too risky for Rhino to go so heavy water / neutral with the light and dark units against a draft that was so open.
Yeah, I totally agree. And the whole thing, by the end, I think we can say that it did lack a little bit of damage. It was overly reliant on Mi Yang, especially shown in this second game too.
Yeah, the second game, I think the most impactful unit in this draft was specifically the Eleanor. So Eleanor does a lot of things without really doing them actively. So Eleanor has a passive that allows you to reduce crits that income towards your team. So it's actually really good against the Ethna, but it also has a glancing passive. So it's got a little bit of that molly, a little bit of that anti-crit in there. So it's very effective against the Ethna, as well as actually reducing a lot of the damage output of the Miang, right? Miang does really want those crits when you get the defense break up. Overall, Rhino's draft was just a little bit too 50-50, right? We love to see the kind of aggressive nature that he had in his other drafts. And in this situation, he went a little too defensive. Carlos with the Water Fairy King Samoth was a cool combo, but once that's broken up, there's not really much else. There's not really as much cohesion in his team comp. And from that, I think that's the reason why Jeff managed to take these.
I really wish we could have seen a world where the P-Sama and the Carlos got through, because it would be really fun to see the interaction of P-Sama dying, which gives Carlos the attack bar, and after that trigger on the stack, after that resolved, then all of a sudden P-Sama hits everybody for a bunch, Carlos wipes the whole team. Unfortunately, that isn't the game that we ended up seeing there, and also that the turn order was messed up, and also Mi Yang never got the opportunity to actually extend the amount of time that the buffs from Pontos are on the team, because Jeff kind of cracked the code on the comp. And I think that's a credit to everybody involved, because Jeff, like you said, he's got that adaptability, and Rhino has the fun, aggressive comps, but he went a little too defensive this time. So yeah, I agree with you, Tyler.
Yeah, when we're looking at Rhino versus Jeff, one of the big things there is that Rhino has all of these combinations, these chain effects he's trying to get going with the cleave, and he just wasn't able to find that in this game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Looking ahead, so now we're going into the next game of the bottom bracket. Thompson's back up against Jael Troll this time. Stoic, thoughts on this one?
Oof. Man, anytime I see Thompson, I can't help but make a slight callback here to when Thompson plays Topa V. So when Thompson plays up against an opponent that he knows really, really well, I feel like he comes across as being very preemptive. We see a lot of things that is being picked, because of the opponent that is playing. So when Thompson goes up against someone like this, I can't help but we're going to see a more aggressive Thompson, where Thompson really showcases all of these speeds and these high damage units. I feel like he comes out as super, super relentless, and we're like, where was this Thompson before? And I feel like Thompson tends to show this when it comes to playing some different opponents. So we might see a different side of Thompson going up against a match or a player like Jael here. I'm curious what he's going to bring to the table, but, I don't be surprised when we see some crazy aggression coming from this man in this draft.
Yeah, this is where he brings out all the secret weapons right now. All right, Seppi, Stoic, take it away. Thompson versus Jael Troll.
Let's do this, Stoic. The pre-bans are in, and it's both LD units, Tianlang on one side, Ragdoll on the other, units that counter each other. The Oliver comes out to something pretty standard so far. I agree with you. I would love to see aggressive Thompson hitting the floor right here, and a response very quick with the Water Ryu and the Masha. Masha has been a great unit today, has lost a couple matches, win a couple other ones, but she's a very strong counter to this Oliver.
And it looks like Jail's no problem going to try and speed contest as well, locking in a 24 speed lead, bringing a Masha too, but it looks like Thompson bringing in that bread and butter. We know about this. That's at 33 speed lead with Allura. It's a very fast team. The Jognam is a very powerful unit, offering a lot of control, where Thompson's team looks extremely synergistic right now. We've got the Smicer coming back. No more dad jokes here, but the Smicer's definitely going to put in some serious work.
Yeah, I really like the Smicer as a counter. The Laura, like you talked about, one of the fastest units in the game, 120 base speed, and the Juno to finish it off. Great against 2 of the 3 units on the floor. I think Thompson is missing a little bit of damage right now to deal with the Smicer and the Juno, so bringing a very strong fire unit would be a great way to deal with that. There's a couple other options as well, because we know he has a very strong LD box, so if that Han wants to come out and play, we'll love that. And maybe, just maybe, an Artemil. Let's go. I know you hate that, but I do love it.
You know, it's not that I hate Ada, I just think there's so many more productive units out there. I can see Waika's breaking so many devices right now after seeing that Ada pick. But Ada and Tessarian's laid down here. We know Rika being such a strong last pick. We know there's no cleanse, there's no immunity, there's none of that. And I can't help but think of Rika just getting a ban, that we just don't want to see the Rika right now. And sometimes, you know, sometimes Thompson lets that Rika through knowing he's able to control the team. But the thing is, if you don't control that Rika, Rika can really pop off on you.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do like the Smicer ban. I think it was going to be very hard to deal with it, but Rika can be a big risk, and I'm glad that you mentioned someone, you know, a very good friend of ours, Waika's the luckiest Summoner's War player in the world, so maybe that will give some luck to Thompson. Here we go. Laura with the strips removes everything, but here comes the interruption, double stun from this water Ryu. Oh my god, and he gets the reset though with the Oliver. You see the Waika's luck already coming into play.
Yeah, beautiful strip reset. I'm sorry, not strip reset, but the full team reset and attack bar reduction on that Rika needed to happen. We get the Oblivion to land on top of the Masha. Masha could get dismounted and completely disappeared here, not even dismounted. Let's see what happens. That Oblivion stays there. Ada's going to be striking that unit down there, so Masha's going to be disappearing. Ada actually becoming an insane pick here. You know what I mean? Like, Waikaz doesn't even want to look at the screen when he sees Ada actually being useful.
I told you, Arda with the heal, the protection on the Tessa. I'm telling you, very, very good draft from Thompson, and I love that he went for the Masha with the Tessa. He could have gone for the Juno, you know, there's other units with basics here, the Ryu, but he made the right choice. You want to remove the biggest threat from the field, and then you deal with the Juno a little bit more. She has a little bit less damage output. She needs to scale, and now he can even risk taking out the attack bar from the Juno or the Rika. He goes for the Rika, leaves the Juno there, and little by little keeps working on her. If this Tessa survives one more turn, he can apply that. Oh, he doesn't even need it because he got the counter with the Oblivion.
Getting that counter is absolutely insane there. It really comes across as like the star of this match is definitely going to be Tessarian landing all those Oblivions, and now Ada coming in and just absolutely punishing his opponent. So it's so nice to see a unit that's so out of meta be so useful here. So well done. Thompson getting a big first round victory over Geltroll, and it was an Ada Tessarian combination. Who would have thought?
I want to tell you, Arda's 100% win rate today, so amazing performance so far. Here we go into game number 2. Let's see how these two players adapt their drafts. The Tian Lang, very interesting pre-ban from Thompson. Like, it tells us that he wanted to have options, right? Like, maybe he was thinking, maybe I'll pick a Wedjet over here. There's other units that he's thinking about. You know, Stoic, you mentioned earlier today how Ciara has been making a comeback into the meta. I would love to see Thompson back with Ciara. We know for how long he played with a Ciara-Gianna combo. We know that Gianna's a little bit harder to pick nowadays, but Ciara would be a very interesting monster to see, right?
Yeah, I'm curious if the Gianna's even ruined up right now with Hagang being so prevalent in the meta right now that does he even have those runes? Because he had an insanely fast, violent set that he had on that Gianna, and you can't let that set just sit around on a unit that's being countered by most people's first picks. So maybe Gianna will not see any action in any of the matches today, but Ciara is very, very good, and it's a unit that we can see. It's a unit that Truel drafts, a unit that Thompson drafts, and we may even see it, but let's see what happens here. We got the 33 lead being drafted by Geltroll. Thompson looking to respond. It's like he's listening. Oh, the Ciara
I like that.
Doc Robo, those are all three great combination pieces right there, and I love this. This is actually a draft that I was telling someone earlier today about Ciara Zabala as an excellent combination to bring in. It brings in that threat, brings in you have to worry about turn one. Giltro offering a Tian Lang and a Wusa. So I still like that Thompson has that ability to take turn one, show a lot of aggression. He hasn't even showcased any strips yet where a immunity unit has been drafted. So there's 3 units that's still left for Thompson to draft, and that's plenty of time to bring in a strip.
Agree. I would love to see a couple of strips right now. Like Cigar is great. Chung Pung could work. You know, we have Ryu still, and he brings the hacker. You asked for it, Stoic, today. This is great. What a beautiful combo.
Yep, I love this. I love this so much. It's a great draft coming out of Thompson. I can't help but think Smicer's coming back here for Giltro. Might be a unit that he wants to take to just disrupt the team here for Thompson. But I think if we were to see the Smicer, we want to see some form of enabling to kind of push that Smicer into a spotlight where he can really shine. And that's not what's going to happen here. So we got a turn 1 unit in the form of Segment getting dropped in here with the 33 lead. Great combination here for Giltro to kind of interrupt that turn 1 play from Thompson. But Thompson is very, very consistent with a very fast draft with all 4 of these picks here. The only thing that's going to really cycle and create a lot of turns here for the Fire Monkey King is the second skill boosting up another unit with this Zabalta, and of course landing the bomb here with Ciara. What is this Doc Beast Rider doing here? This is kind of neat to see this. We've got 2 AoE defense breakers in the form of Fire Hacker and Chung Pung. We might see some Zyna showcase here.
Yeah, I really like the draft from Thompson. I was going to ask either a speed lead to finish it off or another monster that has lots of damage. And he did it. He brought a big damage monster, banned the segment because he wants to guarantee that first turn, and that is a very fast Wusa, so he has a choice to make right here. Do you just let it play and go for the reset? And I like his choice. You don't push something forward because you won't be able to reset, and it's going to mess up your speed tuning. So now he's going to wait and hope that this Tian Lang doesn't stun everyone. He only stuns a monster and tries now skill 1 to reset this Chungus, misses it, and he will have the opportunity to get the Chung combo. No, the stuns interrupting everything.
That was a great decision to go with skill 1 to get the stun on Chung Pung instead of going with the big skill 2. It's a lot of damage getting put onto the field right now. But of course, Vanessa's still standing tall. That is a defense break sitting on him. You're going to use second skill. And now Chung Pung's in a really tough place. He opted to go with first skill to save the second skill. Gets that kill on Chung Pung. That is a great decision. That was great hindsight coming from Giltro to choose to do that with his Fire Monkey King. And luckily getting that stun on the Chung Pung, which is very, very good here. We get that nice little strip. There's no more immunity on the side of Giltro's side of the field right now. Defense break still sitting on top of Vanessa, being a main unit that Thompson's trying to get rid of.
Yeah, the monkey has been super effective. Like you said, very good threat assessment, targeting the right monster, but the monkey did get 2 key procs to finish off that Chung Pung that didn't even get a turn. And now the Wusa, salt in the wound with a 2-turn sleep. When you get one of those, you know, you just gotta hurt.
Now, going back to the very beginning of this match here, because I do think Giltro has this match in the bag at this point. Thompson started off his match with a Zabalta, and he went Zabalta and went with a skill 3 and didn't get any value out of that. I think Zabalta should have went with a skill 2 into the Fire Hacker. Fire Hacker has the ability to put the anti-buff on, where he's not able to buff himself up, and that would give Wusa basically no opportunity to drop in a skill 3, and then Chung Pung could have came in and did some absolute chaos. Now that is saying the Fire Hacker goes in and lands everything he needs to land.
Exactly.
But I'm just saying there's an opportunity for that, and we would have loved to see that opportunity, and we could have really set a great tone for Thompson in that first round. So I love the draft, but I will say it's a little bit of a misplay to go with that skill 3 like you did with the Zabalta instead of going into skill 2, boosting up that Fire Hacker and causing chaos.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was also risky. Like, if he missed, he could have lost the match then and there. But it was a close match. I think that the monkey was really, really clutch in there. He got, you know, every extra turn he needed to remove the Chungus. And it was nice to see from both sides. I do think that there's an interesting thing on in here. The Wusa on Gel is a very comfort pick, like a very big comfort pick for him. We've been seeing it even on matches with a lot of strip, a lot of reset. So you know that it has an amazing Vio set. So the question is, do you just pick knowing that that's going to come out and you're better prepared for it because it's going to be a disruptive unit?
Yep. Well, we'll see if we get any of that going into this round at number 3. Wedgette's going to be the first pick here, locking in a 24 speed lead, 33 coming in for Gilles Troll, and that Smicer's coming back to the draft as well, man. Smicer, what a problematic unit, man. I keep using that word problematic because it's like the only way I can describe it. It really is an issue for so many people.
It's doing its best impression of Oliver some time ago. You know, it's that unit that when it hits the floor, you're like, there's not a lot that I'm going to be able to do with it. And once again, the Wusa, I'm telling you, you got to be ready for that Wusa. There's one strip on the floor so far. So Thompson needs to either break multiple strips that he knows are going to get through and they're not going to be cut, or he needs to ban that Wusa. He brings in a Leo that's not a strip, and he brings a great counter to the Wusa. Thank you.
Yep, so interesting. So we do like a Seimei on the field when it comes to Smicer. Smicer's going to be playing stuns, bombs, and of course those silences, and all of that's going to act like sustain. So in a way, we may even just see the Seimei getting banned out because Geltro loses a lot of value with his Wusa as well. So Seimei probably going to be in the ban realm, and I think Thompson kind of knows that. We know the Leo's really good, but that was the purpose of Thompson's last 2 picks. Seimei's a good ban, Leo's a good ban. So we have 2 options that can, you know, really cause a lot of trouble for Geltro. So he's got a decision to choose here. Based off that decision, may weigh into what Thompson has to ban out here, though.
Yeah, I really like the ban on the Leo. I think him bringing in the Molong tells you like he wants to remove that Seimei quickly from the field. The real question is, we know this Wedgette is on Violent. We saw it on the other game. Can it still outspeed on Violent, or are we going to be surprised? Oh, it cannot.
Well, that's a very fast Miles. We know Miles to be very fast, and we have a very fast Wusa as well. It's a 33 speed lead backing up his team here. And like you said, all that focus is going right into Seimei, and we've got a Reckless Assault coming in that direction.
I think that the Wedgette being on Vio has been a huge problem, but the shield cutting in is not going to be enough. And how tanky, my friend. There's a chance for a big comeback for Thompson right here. Damage and a proc from the Masha. Beautiful job. So much damage and a comeback. The comeback is real, Stoic.
Yep, that's right. That second skill's got to go back to that Water Angel. He needs to get a sustain up as much as possible because he is going to be losing a unit. Now, if he can keep Seimei alive until she finally gets a turn, that's a good amount of healing coming from a defense break stun sitting on top of Seimei. She is going to heal herself based off of those debuffs and beautiful stuns coming out there. And it was really nice, but it was a beautiful violent proc coming out of Miles to finish off that Seimei. So not at all what Thompson needed to see there. So let's see what happens here with Mo Long. Mo Long needs to land some big second skills and not able to get enough value out of that, but Masha is going to remove that Vanessa from the field. We're looking at 3 water units where we have Masha, who is known to crit water, really needs to prove that here.
Yeah, Masha, the spiritual successor to Perna. You know, but Miles on the other side is rocking a lot and not wanting to let this Masha do anything. The last kind of like bastion of hope for Thompson is Ramael and Jediah, the water twin angels. They're going to have to do a lot of work. Going to have to do some stripping, some damage, and get rid of that Molong before it gets a turn. Beautiful proc with the death break. Can that guarantee the death of Molong? Because the problem is that Masha will probably be saying bye-bye in a little bit.
Yeah, Masha's looking so good. Oh my god, that's the 3rd Miles proc in a row. That was too much for Thompson. Like, that's a lot of threat coming your way. It helped get rid of the Seimei when you had Despair Stun or stunned up that Miles and he procced out of it. And then all of those violence able to just not only dismount the Masha, but kill that Masha at the same time. So way too much damage coming from the Miles. Jael got way too much value coming from this unit, but it worked out for him. I don't see Thompson coming back from here because this Miles is too much. Even being comboed up with the Wusa. Wusa's got lots of sustain, the shields, the immunity. That's a lot for Thompson to have to deal with.
Yeah, very good point. It's going to be difficult, but I won't say impossible because Ramael and Jediah, if they get some procs, get that death break, those stuns, a lot of things in, there might be an opportunity if the Miles holds off and stops procking so much. That's going to be helpful too. Oh, the Wusa. Another clutch sleep, Stoic.
Yep, clutch sleep into a violent proc, getting shields and immunity up again. So just looking super, super good for Jail Troll. He's got a lot of things going for him right now, and I don't know if Thompson's going to have what it takes to get through all of this. He's getting his own violent proc here on this Water Angel, and the Water Angel's going to try and do a little bit of something, and not too much with these shields standing tall.
Now there's a huge opening. If he procs, he can kill the Wedge Jet, but doesn't manage to do it. Gets the skill up, and now he's going to be able to rotate out before the Miles takes a turn, hopefully. Yes, the reduction comes in, but no, it's not enough. And a sleep on top of that.
Yeah, beautiful 2-turn sleep, locking down that unit. Miles going to be right there. Even if the sleep didn't happen, the Miles would have finished off anyways.
Is this a Wusa or a Hathor? I've been seeing a lot of sleeps at the third one.
I mean, yeah, 85 accuracy Woos is the meta, man. Like, everybody's rocking it. The violent Miles really proven to be violent here. And Jetrol with a big round 3 victory. Out of control, out of this world. Team comp from Jetrol. A massive victory. Evan, we've got an absolute banger here taking down Thompson.
Yeah, we do. Jael walked away with a 2-1 against Thompson. That's a tall order. You know, Thompson, such a great player. So the fact that he took that away, that's pretty impressive, huh, Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the insurmountable wall that is Thompson, completely surmounted by JL Troll. So, you know, we go into game 1, we see the Tianleg and the Ragdoll ban. When we're looking at Thompson drafts, it feels like he's kind of just autopiloting it. He knows what he wants to pick. He's not too worried, and then he sees the last picks and he goes, all right, I got my tech picks here. We're going to see the Tessarian, Revenge specifically, paired in with the Artemil, and that cleaned house. That was absolutely fantastic against the Masha. It was great against Juno. It's just extra damage output that you don't really expect, right? You don't see Artemil pick that often, and, you know, when it clicks, it just clicks.
Yeah, it's true. He's, you know, Stoic sometimes. Stoic sometimes talks a little hyperbolically about how bad Artemio is lately, I would say. But you know what? I agree with you. He's fallen out a little bit, so you don't expect to see him be this impactful. And we got that Oblivion lining up perfectly so that Masha could still die to the counterattack with the Oblivion on and skip the dismount.
Yeah, the pairing with the Laura does help for a little bit of extra damage with the defense buff, but overall that game was pretty clean. Moving into game 2 though, we talked about Zabala here. So Zabala was actually a little bit too fast for the combination setup he wanted to go with, but when we do look at the Fire Hacker there, like we do have that gamble chance with the skill 2, being able to strip a whole bunch of buffs, but also apply that unbuffable, right? Definitely should have taken the risk there. You got to play it. You're in a position where if you throw your skill 3 on Zabala, the best you're going to do is you're going to freeze the Vanessa, and from there it just doesn't look very clean.
Yeah, and then when we go into game 3 as well, I think inside the pick ban phase, I want to get your opinion on this as well, but I think maybe Thompson might have thought that Seimei was a forced ban and kind of banned according to that as well, because like I think there was a world where he wanted the Seimei in and the Smicer in, but instead he knew that Seimei might get banned, so he banned out the Smicer. What are your thoughts on that?
It's interesting. I feel like if that's your thought as Thompson, you probably actually ban the Vanessa, so you can play all your own buffs, you can play all of your own control setups, right? You're going to get the shield from the Water Twins, because it's very unlikely that the Water Twins are going to be the ban when the Leo's on the field. But, you know, we see the Leo ban, we see the Smicer ban. Thompson had a pretty good opportunity into it. He was confident in his speeds, he knew how fast he was going to be, but he took the risk of using his Soul Protect on the Water Twins to try to lower the cooldown when he knew that a proc on Jail Troll's side was available to take him out there. And for that, I mean, the simple way to put it is you took the risk and you got the consequences.
Yeah, it happens. It really does. You know, sometimes we've talked about threat assessment. There's risk assessment involved in some of these games too, and that was one of them. In the moment, I don't think it didn't signal to me as necessarily the wrong call, but it was definitely with hindsight as well. It was maybe a little bit too risky. And so now we've got more of that bottom bracket populated too. So we're going to be going into the next game here shortly as well. I wanted to get Seppi and Stoic's opinion as well. So let's start with Seppi on this next one here. We're going into Rhino and Thompson.
Ooh, interesting one, Evan. I think we go back to the same thing. You know, it's like, what is Thompson going to show us here? What style of Thompson we're going to see? I kind of loved his match 2 team, even though he ended up losing that. I think it was a very aggressive, very similar to the style that he plays. And I think he can also take care of Rhino, and if he behaves similarly to what True Will did, if a player that has a lower rune level than you tries to speed check you, you should speed check him back. So he has to be very aggressive, turn 1, double speed lead, and that's what I expect to see from him. If he kind of sits back and starts picking reactively to Rhino, we might see Rhino's comp finally working. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, this is the place to show it. If you've got something in the bank, you want to withdraw it right now. Here we go, guys. Rhino versus Thompson.
Yep, and here we go. Pre-bands locking in here. And I would echo that exact same sentiment right from you, Seppi. It should be Thompson competing for turn 1. Thompson is the faster player in this case, and I feel like this is where you showcase it. Very similar to how True Will showcased that as well, but we'll see what happens here, because, you know, anything could happen, and Rhino can definitely showcase something new, where we're actually seeing a Ciara, which I think Ciara is a little different from Rhino. I like to see this. It's a change of pace. Maybe something Thompson wasn't expecting, so good on Rhino for drafting a Ciara here, because I do like this coming from him.
I agree with you. I love seeing a Ciara here. It puts in that element of surprise. Like when we talk about Rhino, I think one of the things that has been making it harder for him in the day is that everyone kind of knows what playstyle he's going to come with, and then he's been having to adapt and be more uncomfortable. And when you're in the ladder, once you queue into someone that you don't know, it's way easier because he has his comp and people only realize it by the 3rd, 4th monster, so he doesn't have this advantage here. So adapting and changing his comp a little bit might be great. Brings on Hey Gang and Sekhmet, 2 very interesting units. Sekhmet, turn 1, we've seen it on this pair, generally on Swift, but that reset to fight against this Etna.
Yep, well, both players showcasing that they really want that turn 1. We've got a 33 lead here for Thompson, 24 lead for Rhino, but they both have turn 1 units in the form of Sekhmet and that Etna. Now, Hey Gang's very good. Hey Gang's prepared for, you know, him trying to take advantage of him, and Rhino will cut and then draft, you know, accordingly. I see what these next 2 units might be for Rhino in case he wants to make that pivot into a turn 2 style here. Thompson, we get an additional speed lead, the Nephthys, the Doc, Robo. These are great combination units here. Thompson looks like he wants to have that full control. We also get Rhino locking in his own LD 24 speed lead as Pontos. And there's that Bruiser. There's that pivot from Rhino. And it's going to be that Fire Monkey King. And then a Triton. I'm not a fan of the Triton here from Thompson. I wanted to see something a little bit more aggressive. If we had seen something where we could strip and do XYZ, maybe a Miles that I would prefer to see here. I think we need to see something fast, something bruisery, something that also strips.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like the Juno even in this match, but I would love to see an Escher as a last pick. It's similar to Triton with very high base speed, but it brings in more stuff, like you said. It brings in the heal, the speed buff, some more damage, and the ban on the monkey was, you know, written all over this match. The real question right now is, does this Etna with a 33 outspeed the Sekhmet? It's what we're expecting.
Yep. Exactly. So let's see what happens here. I do like what you had mentioned about that Escher. I think Escher would have been a great last pick there for Thompson. But we've got Ethna coming in here, going to be kicking us off. We've got skill 3, all skills available. Let's see what he chooses to do with these skills, and it's going to be a big capture, landing that stun on top of the segment as well. Skill 2 is going to be available, looking for a full team strip, not receiving a full team strip here.
Yeah, that was unlucky. The Ponto's cutting in as well, and the Ciara goes right next. So he can even play 2 ways. He can go safe and not use the bomb, or he can just blow up this Etna right away. I would go for the bomb on the Etna and, you know, just get rid of her. Don't let her take more turns this match. The question right now is, does he want to try to keep the Ciara alive, because she's going to be reset by this Miles. There's going to be damage from the Juno coming out, because this Juno will try to get the strip right now.
It's definitely a good decision to detonate that bomb as well. Now, no additional turn, no despairs are going to be coming out from this Hey Gang. So, also no glancing. Rhino would have probably liked to see that glancing landing on top of that Dak Robo and that Oliver, not getting it there. But you can really see Thompson trying to get rid of that Ciara. Ciara, main priority right now. And Thompson is down a unit now. So we've got second skill, choosing to go with first skill, poking that defense break, sitting on top of this Oliver. Ciara still alive right now. I think he does kind of go for this strip. He wants to land that Glancy to stop Thompson from doing things.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's a good strip, but the key thing is this Juno is going to become increasingly strong as the match goes by. He needs to remove that, even though the reset doesn't matter, is more of removing the additional damage, but the Juno kills the Ciara, and now I think Rhino's going to be in some trouble, Stoic, because the Juno is going to be really hard to kill against these units that don't bring on a lot of damage.
Yep, so this is that situation that we've seen before with Rhino, where we really liked everything he had, and again, I just don't think Pontos is the unit. Pontos is great. Pontos comes off as a very safe pick. It's a good 24 speed lead, but I think at the position where Rhino took this, he needed to draft a little bit more aggressive. We needed to see something to take advantage of the opportunities that he's creating, and then do something with that. You know, we had that Fire Monkey King, but the Fire Monkey King was kind of an obvious ban for Thompson, but we could have used a lot of things maybe in that position that was not the Pontos. Pontos comes across a little too defensive.
Yeah, I agree with you, and let's talk about something. Thompson won this match by changing that last pick. He was leaning Triton and then decided to go Juno, and Juno was definitely the MVP in this match. Remove the Ciara, and then she just becomes so powerful against the lack of damage on the Rhino side. So great change, great adapting. You know, we were asking Thompson to be more aggressive, and he definitely showed it in this match number 1.
Yep, most definitely. Now, Zabalta's coming back to the field. Now, Thompson can draft this unit. I don't know why I want to see it so bad, but I do want to see the Zabalta into Fire Hacker and just watch the chaos ensue. I kind of hope that it happens. I don't think it's going to happen. Thompson is going to be stopping that main cleave coming from Rhino, Draco usually being that facilitator for the cleave for Rhino, so that is going to be in the pre-ban. Oliver's going to find himself the pre-ban as well. Thompson as the first pick. Might be the Zabalta. It is going to be CR. I like the CR. CR usually leads into a Zabalta, a similar draft that what Truewell likes to take himself, so 33 lead for Rhino, demanding turn 1 with an F.
Yeah, I really like these picks. The Dark Robo also really good with the Zabala because he can boost them, get the strips and the reduction. The only thing is, we think that Pontos is going to come out again, and we know that the Pontos cuts the robot, right? So he wants to bring something else that is very close in speed so he doesn't get cut. Shizuka is also a great counter. The Amduat comes out, which has been banned a couple of times. The Neftis, it's another great source of damage with the speed lead as well, and the Juno, extremely strong into this comp. I really like the Juno pick here.
I really like the Juno pick as well. I feel like I still want to see the Fire Hacker come into the pick. I don't want to see that. Put it back, please, Thompson. No, just I'm not for it. I like the Fire Hacker if you were to go. All right, Triton's in here. I don't know how I feel about the Triton either, to be honest with you. I feel like I just love to see more aggression coming out of him. But Rhino's got his last pick here. He might be able to take advantage of a lot of these AoE units that have already been drafted. If there's like a potential ban on this Nephthys, if that's something that Rhino can't handle, is there a world that we even see a Douglas right now, or are we really afraid of that bomb damage? Douglas
pick on the Verge.
Triple Revenge Bird. It's very similar.
Yeah, I would like the Douglas more, to be honest, if we're talking about it. I love your idea, Stoic. The Verd is a must ban for him. Now the real question is, how fast is this Triton? I really like the team if the Triton goes first and then it combos perfectly with his Bala, but let's see if he can do that. Turn 1, is it Triton? Is it the Puppeteer? It is Triton. Beautiful speed tuning, and now we can try to get the reset. This is very, very well prepared.
Definitely. Now there is a resistance out here on the Ethnos. Keep that in mind. A little bit of damage coming towards the CR is the main focus. Looking for a big skill 2. Has the opportunity to go for a skill 3 onto the Zabala. Take advantage of that defense break. And he's opting to go for the Dak Robo instead. We have the bomb available to us. He's going to plant that right on top of the Shizuka. We can't have Shizuka take any turns that will put bomb, defense breaks, freezes, stuns, everything in that wheelhouse of that third skill.
And resets it. And there's one thing, I don't know about blowing up that bomb, but there's one thing that I really like about the Triton is the silence. If it hits it on the Vanessa, no. That's what I really like about it. It hits it on anybody. Yeah. It
does land on top of Shizuka, which is great, but a big skill 2 is going to be coming out. Take advantage of these defense breaks that are across the field. So Rhino's in a position where he's able to take care of a lot of things and is going to be the Dakro, but the first thing he's going to take care of. Now, CR is taking a lot of damage with the defense break. Zabala needs to shake this defense break, but he is going to use skill 2 to pass it over to CR, but it is going to get pushed back by this Omniwat.
I gotta tell you, this Etna won the game by herself. She just resisted the reset, killed everyone, death broke the whole team, and she was too much to handle. 1-1 stoic.
Now, if the Zabala really came through at the very first turn, because I think only two things got frozen from the Zabala. Yeah. If we had seen a full team freeze, and we could have been singing a different tune where, you know, Thompson got full control and really take advantage of Rhino, and that, like, maybe that is the situation that would have been a lot better. But again, the Triton was good to set the tone. Okay, I feel like I still wanted to see something else.
I agree with you. It's an inconsistent unit, right? Like, it did miss that silence there that was super key in 2 units in that needed to be controlled. And unfortunately, agree with you. If the Zabala had performed better on turn 2 on that after the first trip, that would have been a different match. Now he's going to a more reliable unit, to the Laura. We know it's a Violora, but it's very, very fast, and we know this is an Etna that also has very high speed. So it's going to be interesting to see if Thompson is going to fully contest speed right now with another unit like a Sekhmet, like an Eshir, that can really guarantee that turn 1, or if he's going to go back to something more reactive that actually has worked for him a couple of times.
I think Thompson goes all in with this one and fully commits to turn 1. That's a 33 and a Laura. That's very, very turn 1. But I mean, he's gonna, you know what? He's turning it around completely. We've got Ragdoll, we've got Hagen coming in here. I think he's got to be wary about the big damage Rhino can draft here, because now that he has immunity attack buff, he could bring in that talisman as well, and, you know, bringing a ton of damage with the talisman with one last pick. That could be a lot of things in Rhino's wheelhouse. Rhino offering that turn 1. He has control of turn 1 right now. He could ban out the only leader skill on Thompson's side of the field, and, you know, may even be able to cleave out Thompson. We'll see.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see. We see the Sonya finally coming out, and the Escher that we really like. I was going to ask for Sonya and Fire Cassandra, but the Escher works too. He's trying to guarantee that turn 1. I think Thompson has another choice to make here. Oh, and I love it. It's a Triana to counter the Sonya, and hopefully with lots of defense as well in case she gets targeted. Now the question is, does Rhino really trust his speed and his damage and wants to get rid of that Triana? And does Thompson just want to stop? He has 2 choices, right? It's either the Etna or the Sonya. I don't see any other unit that you would like to ban.
I was going to say it's the Water Pure Vanilla is going to be the ban out here, because the Water Pure Vanilla is offering way too much damage for his team, and that immunity. So without that immunity, Oliver gets full reign to do whatever he wants, and Laura is going to feel a lot more comfortable. You know, the procs on the Laura are going to feel, you know, way better when you're able to do skill 3 into skill 2, stunning everybody up there. So Rhino's got turn 1, boosting up his team. He has to go after this Triana. I know you don't second skill the Triana. You know for a fact that's got a lot of defense on it, unless he wants to figure it out himself. He just wants to proc the passive. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, he popped the passive. I like that choice, to be honest. I think he gets rid of it. It's one less problem. You're just going to delay and waste stuff. And now it opens a little bit of the floor for the Etna. But you bring a really good point. It is a Vio Etna. You bring a really good point, which is now there's free reign for the Oliver, right? So even if he removes here, now he has to bank everything on the stun from the Water Rio. And he does get one. He does get 1 stun, but not the one he wanted.
Yep, passive's down for the Triana, but I'm sure Triana will get that up in no time. That's always how it feels. So I do think Thompson's got a little bit of room here to go after Etna and not have to worry about the Sonya just yet. There's also a world that some of the stuff on Thompson's field, not just the Triana, is anti-Sonya, and, you know, Rhino may draw a blank and hit one of those units. Well, one unit is down now. We'll see what happens if we get there. Not taking advantage of the defense break on Triana, by the way.
Yeah, very, very interesting. I wanted to hit her. Maybe he's afraid that she's on Nem. I didn't see if she was. But, like you said, the Oliver now becomes all-powerful. And if he procs, which he does, he can get rid of the skill cooldowns on the Etna. He goes for the Escher, actually, which I think it's interesting. I would have gone for the Etna because she will have stuff unless he trusts his Ragdoll to just get rid of her. Oh, he laps with the Oliver.
Keep pushing on the Etna.
Once again. Yeah. You gotta get rid of that. On.
Oof, opting to go for the more. That's interesting, because if we had seen, I believe it's a swift more and not a despair, so we'll see what happens. But I do think everything does need to go into that that Ethna. Ethna's got all skills available. Going with a big capture. If this drops the Oliver, I think Rhino's in a fantastic position.
Yeah, I think he did a little bit of greed in there, and he needs to get rid right now of that Sonia until he becomes... Oh, he keeps going for the Water Rio. I think this is becoming increasingly dangerous, Stoic, because the Sonia will have skills back right now, and the Triana will have one more turn for the passive. Yeah.
Yep,
now
one more turn. Needs to proctor. Needs to honestly sleep the Sonia to slow down.
Caster's Curse! You called it!
Caster's Curse.
If I've ever seen one. But we're watching a Water Ryu becoming very, very dangerous. The Eshir is just standing there and keeps healing the team, keeps taking care. She's gonna heal. Now it's everything on Ragdoll. The Sonia will come in. It's too much damage from the Eshir. Oh my god. This became a very complex game for Thompson. Now the Water Ryu, the more is unkillable. The Sonia with the ignore defense killing herself and ending the match with a victory
massive victory, dude, for Rhino. That was a big win right there. I give a lot of credit to Rhino's drafts here. Well done, dude. This was quite the match, Evan.
Yeah, what a cool way to end it too, with the Sonya going out with the ragdoll. That was so sick. Great showing for Rhino. I feel like we really got to see like his mastery of his draft and his attempt to just take control of the game over Thompson. Like he was on full display here. Everything that folks were looking forward to seeing out of Rhino, we got to see in that set, Tyler.
Yeah, so early on in the set, I was a little bit disappointed in that, actually. We didn't quite see the Rhino that we saw that was really aggressive, winning a bunch of games in some of the other summits. But by the end of the set, he really came down to bring out what I'd like to say is the classic Rhino draft, right? We see the aggression, we see the really fast speed leads, really fast single target damage dealers, and he was able to just really clean that out. Something about game one that I really want to note about is this Juno. This Juno's hitting for 2k per hit without speed buff, and that is fantastic damage, right? A lot of people will look at this draft and be like, oh, well, Thompson doesn't have that much damage available. He's probably going to kind of fizzle out in the pacing of the game. But, when you have artifacts at this caliber, you're really able to just push.
Yeah, totally. Not many people have the kind of quality artifacts that Thompson does, but he absolutely has the additionals needed to make that Juno shine. And look at this Etna, man. It is just pumping some damage into this. I think it was Seppi that said that the Etna was just winning the game on her own, and that's kind of what it felt like.
Yeah, it really was. Thompson was in such a commanding position, right? Triton's a fantastic setup into that Amduat, but the Zabala missing the reset and the freeze on the Ethna was just absolutely crippling to Thompson's game plan, and it ended up just snowballing to a point where he couldn't recover anymore.
Totally. And credit where it's due, man, too. This final game in the set really became a bit of a puzzle for Rhino to navigate, because throwing a Triana in the mix here against a Sonya complicates the whole thing.
Yeah, so Thompson shows a lot of respect for Rhino in this draft, right? We see Ragdoll Triana, a combination against Ethna Sonya, so that's designed for the multiple crits, multiple hits, allowing his whole team to get attack bar, but also for the Sonya. Sonya being an incredible unit in the meta now that she has that speed awakening. She's able to start at like such a faster speed that she'll get the really high attack that allows her to ignore defense. Another thing worth noting, in that matchup, we did see the Ragdoll at the end there actually try to go for the kill on Sonya, but wasn't able to confirm it. With the speed buff available for Sonya, she does get more value out of the glancing passive that she has, being faster than your opponents.
Oh, that's a really good point. I'm actually so glad you said that. And that is the penultimate entry of the bottom bracket. We still have one more set to go into next. I believe up next we've got Jeff versus Jail Troll. That is the case. Jeff versus Jail is going to round us out for these tiebreakers and then populate the third and fourth that still remain blank right now. We'll find out who's going to be matching up in a moment here. But for now, Jeff versus Jael. This is going to be a pretty big game. Stoic, what are you looking forward to seeing out of this set?
I'm looking forward to seeing the newcomer Gilles Troll. I think he's been playing phenomenal. I think he's been doing great. I think he's got a tough opponent. He should be very familiar with Jeff Bollandau. That's a really tough guy to go after. But I think it's great seeing a new face, because that's what Summit's about, man. Summit's about seeing all these new faces, these different people, giving them time, a spotlight, the stage to really perform here. So it's nice to see him here. He's got a strong opponent, so good luck to him. And it's going to be a good match.
Oh, yeah, he's got his work cut out for him. Here we go. Jeff Bollandau versus Gilles Troll. Take it away, guys.
Let's go, Stoic. Jeff, one of my favorite players here today, and actually a friend of mine. So very interesting to see if he's going to be able to deal with that Vanessa and Wusa that Gel has been bringing. I think the Wusa has been low-key a very interesting unit in his comp that has gotten him this far, but Jeff has a lot of reset in his arsenal. He takes the Vanessa away right away. So we'll see if Gel responds with an Oliver or another speed elite. It is the Oliver and the Wusa.
Both teams locking in at 33 very fast. Gilles Troll Dragon in that Wusa. Wusa's going to active some protection. Kind of wants to push his opponent to drafting some strip options. And it looks like Juno and the Saga are coming in here as those strip options and a strip reset option.
Very good point. Now, Gel has a big opportunity. Does he go with a strong water unit? He can bring also the Fire Monkey right here that we've seen him pick, or a Masha. He opts for the Masha. We know that that's a very well-runed Masha. Right now, the fourth unit is a bit of a nuance. If he goes too hard in one direction, Jeff might see and exploit that. And another unit that helped him get here and even beat Thompson, that's been the Miles. Very, very strong. Lots of damage and fast unit. Now finishing it up with two water units that counter both of those. There's one small thing though. I think that if you bend the Camilla right here on Jeff's side, there's not a lot of ways you can deal with this, Miles.
Yep, that is correct. I mean, I do like Jeff's draft here. I think the Camilla and I think the Jongnam are great picks here. This is offering a lot of threat. We might be saying that we're banning out that Wusa already, but I think Smicer may have taken up that role now that it was dropped in as that last pick. We know how problematic this unit can be here, so I do think Smicer probably going to be getting that ban once again. I think Jeff has what it takes to handle the Miles and the Masha, but I will say Smicer is too much of a problem.
I agree with you. If the Juno's out here, Smicer is just so strong. Both band speed leads. I don't know about that, Stoic. I would have liked other bands. Right now, I think it's a very open match, and the question is, who has the better runes? If the first turn is taken by this Cigar and he gets a reset on Smicer, that changes the game, but the first turn is not. It is taken by the Miles and then followed up by the Wusa.
Yep, a lot of damage coming out of this Miles, especially when it's able to get additional turns, and we have seen this Miles take additional turns, so we've got third skill. You might as well pop it up now before he gets reset anyways. Reset is going to be coming out here. You may want to stop. He is going to stop the bomb from coming out. I was thinking he was going to stop the reset, or I'm sorry, the defense break coming from Masha, because Masha's about to apply a ton of damage, and that's going to hurt this Juno that's already hurting.
Yeah, he needed to strip everything to try to freeze her with a Camilla right now, but it is a huge risk. If the Masha lands a death break, she can kill this Juno right now, or if she gets a proc, lands it, but doesn't get the proc. The Juno comes in with the strip, removes everything, but this Juno will not be on the floor for much longer. Lots of damage. Very aggressive draft against her, and now the Masha has a little bit more free reign, and it's going to be really hard for him to get rid of the Smicer without the Juno.
Yep, nice little third skill coming out there, getting double stuns, but no stun on top of the Smicer. A little bit more damage coming towards this Masha. I do think Masha needs to get the dismount, so he's got to, Jeff's really got to start pummeling in that damage on top of Masha. Beautiful sustain. That's some artifact skill 1 recovery on Smicer for sure.
A lot of healing. Now he needs a big proc with this Camilla, or he can risk the freeze. He goes with the freeze, but gets the proc. He could have dropped this Masha if he went all in, but I like that play. It was the most careful, conservative play. The Wusa, huge proc. You were talking about how Wusa procs before today, before this stream, how powerful those procs are, right, Stoic?
It's so crazy. That second skill feels like it's always up, and it deals so much damage, healing your team up for so much. And one turn away from getting a third skill. It almost feels like the immunity and the shields have never fallen off when we're able to keep those up with just one violent proc from a Wusa.
Jeff is generally really good at this, at the targeting, but I feel like he's splitting damage a little bit. He could have maybe tried to drop this Miles by now if he just focused the damage on there. Keeps going for the Smicer, which I think it's a great choice with the reset. But right now he's splitting Miles, Masha, Miles, Masha. None of them is at the point where you'd want them to be. So it creates a big issue because the Masha, the damage is increasing, and now probably this Cigar is going bye-bye, and it dies. It's going to be a 2v4 with a Miles on the floor, Stoic.
Yep, that's right. That Cigar was being used to keep the provokes up on top of this Smicer. He was trying not to let Smicer get any bombs and stuns coming out there, but Cigar was not able to hold on because, like you said, we were splitting damage. I understand trying to land the provokes on top of the Smicer, but getting that dismount on top of the Masha was too important. This even goes back to when he landed that reset. He went for a skill 3 Cigar onto the Smicer when I do think that should have been placed on top of the Masha. The bigger priority was controlling that, but we lost to Juno too soon.
Yeah, I agree with you. Great match for the Smicer. And the big thing was the Miles pick was so oppressive that it reduced the attack bar from the Juno. It gave the opening for both Wusa and the Masha to come in. And like you said, she was removed too quickly. And then how do you get rid of this Smicer later on? It's a unit that scales very well into the late game. And Jael, you know, has been a tough puzzle to crack for these other players. He's been picking a lot of the same units, you know, the Wusa, the Smicer, the Masha, and they've been synergizing extremely well today.
They really have been, and he's even showcasing this Wusa very early in his draft too, in a first pick realm. And I feel like we should be responding to that a little bit better, but we're not going to have to worry about it because it's going to get pre-banned here. There is no 3-turn immunity at all in this draft.
I can't believe I lived to see a Wusa pre-ban. Oh my god. This is like seeing Raccoony pre-ban in SWC, my friend. What a crazy world we live in. I love it though. First pick right here. He opts to not go with a Vanessa this time on Jeff's side and goes for the Chandra Etna. Very good combo. You know, the Chandra can protect the Etna, which is generally a little bit more damage focused and a little bit squishier. And now on Jael's side, he brings on a clear counter pick to the Etna. You want to gain attack bar? I'll put the big mean panda in here that strips, stuns, and death breaks.
Yep, that's right. Now I don't like that Kinky. I don't think Kinky is the pick. I don't think Kinky's terrible. I just don't think Kinky's very good, especially in this spot right here. We could have drafted a lot more threat in our draft, like later on. Maybe a Kinky in that spot, but not a Kinky where it's being drafted right now.
I think it's
we got an Eleanor
being
shown right now. Yeah. Eleanor and Tessarian. I'm okay with the Eleanor. Apparently, we just really needed an immunity where our Wusa and Velajul are in the pre-ban. So I guess that's what Jeff has in store for him, bringing an immunity to the table. I think Daphnis is excellent. I love that threat. That is nothing but gas in my eyes. And bringing back the Miles, I think, is totally fine here.
You got to bend that Miles, my friend. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to see it. You know what I would like as a last pick? It is a Shiho. Ban that Miles and eat that Daphnis up for breakfast. You'll have a couple of options to deal with it, and then you're not as worried. Oh, he goes for the Nana, another great counter in case you snipe, but for me, this Miles needs to be off the floor pronto. Or he might go for the Chunlang, but, you know.
I do like the Nana. We're not showcasing any immunity on the other side of the field, so we really get to take advantage of the defense breaks, despair stuns coming from the Nana. So there's a lot of value to be had right there. Now, Miles, we've seen what it can do. It's an issue unit. Yeah. I do agree with the Oliver getting banned out there because Oliver's pushing back all of these units and stopping Jeff from doing his thing. So I like that the ban was on top of the Oliver. Miles is going to be a problem.
Miles is already a problem, but Jeff did a great play, focusing the Daphnis, getting that stun, and now there's going to be a big opening for this Tessa. The real question is, can he land the Death Break? And he does. The Daphnis might say bye-bye right now. He doesn't even save the skills and gets rid of the Fairy King.
I love the full commitment. I agree with going in with a skill too, really pushing to remove the Daphnis, and that's definitely the idea there. We want to get our orbs up as soon as possible. He does have second skill available. I don't think he goes for it knowing that he's so low in his HP. He doesn't want to get hit by this Kinky. We're going to be transforming back, potentially stunning, getting that stun, and like just Miles is just being Miles. You know what I mean? We've seen it before. We expect it. If Miles isn't procking, I don't think Miles is being Miles.
Yeah, I agree with you. I got to tell you, he's going to have to start praying for the Tsarion to do some work, because this Miles is so dangerous. If he gets a strip and stun, doesn't get the stun, he needs that stun, he gets it. Now the opening, does he go for the Miles or for the Kinky? He opts for the Kinky. Best of both worlds. You can go for the Miles now, and hits it too. What a play from Tsarion.
Very, very good. I think we now kind of pivot into the Miles. If he can get any stuns on this Miles, that's going to be huge. You got to slow this thing down. And right now he has that opportunity with the passive down on top of the Miles. I think you go skill 2 right into it, and you got to go all in, because right now Miles is too much. I know he's trying to take advantage. Well, he just applied that defense break on to the Kinky, but Kinky is going to be taking stuff away. He's not going to be able to save himself here.
Oof, the Kinky came down and was a lot for Jeff to handle. Even though it was picked early, I agree with you. It dealt so much damage, is very well ruined, and the Miles once again killing it this match and taking the win to Gel Troll.
JL, well done. This was incredible here. It was phenomenal to see what he did here, and I look forward to what you got to say, Evan. This was another wild match.
Yeah, it was, and quite a showing for the whole day from Jael. You know, you said it, Stoic. You were talking about how the fresh face at the tournament has really made a name for himself here. Like, Tyler, I'm pretty impressed.
Yeah, so something really notable and worth mentioning completely is JL went from being the newcomer, losing out early on, and then really adapting and learning how to play against these really top players, these really aggressive players, very specific styles. Because as you know, pre-ban mode is very different from playing on ladder, right? You sit in a lobby where you have to decide what your draft is going to be based on your pre-ban, the opponent's pre-ban, what the first pick is. JL just showed a lot of growth in this tournament, and I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, he really did. And this game too, you know, Jeff had a single lucky attack received from the Masha where he double resisted the def break and the attack bar reduction. It was foreshadowing for what would come. He was doing a great job trying to provoke and keep that Smicer under control, but unfortunately, it all just kind of fell apart once he went by the wayside.
Yeah, and so something with the bans in this matchup specifically, for game 1, we noticed that both the speed leads were banned, right? So we know if we are JL Troll here, we know that the Oliver's going to get banned, right? Jeff Bolado doesn't pick any immunity, any way to really control or deal with that Oliver. So he knows that by banning out the Vanessa on the other side, he's going to be able to keep pace. He's going to stay within a relative speed of his opponent, and that was a big advantage for him in this draft. It gave him the opportunity to go in, kill the Juno first, know that from there, if his Smicer does live, he's going to be in a fantastic position.
Yeah, and for this second game here that ended up being the final one of the set, this is like classic why I love Summoner's War match. We had the big swings from both sides. We also got the weird kind of situation where anytime you get to see a crit on a Kinky or a Kinky crit, you know it's a weird kind of one-of-a-kind game. So Tessa really showed his worth there for a while he was with us. Kinky, unfortunately, though, even though he was picked a little early, he ended up proving himself, man.
Yeah, it was a really aggressive counterpick style. So we saw the Ethna come out from Jeff Bolado, and then Jail Troll was said, okay, well, if you're going to do this, I'm going to pick Tianling and Kinky, right? I'm going to pick two things that are fairly effective into this. You're going to either AoE, I'm going to get my revenge defense break, or you're going to AoE, and I'm going to take that attack bar from you. And allowing him to have both of those things, plus the Miles. And so on top of Miles' damage, being able to pick that 44% defense lead actually does impact the amount of damage you can output. Right, when we're looking at the kind of like damage style that we have on Jeff Bolado, we see Nana, we see Tessarian, and then the Ethna. There's not actually like a huge, big one-turn nuke coming from those units. So when they have to chip damage, if they miss their defense break, that defense lead gains insane value.
It does, and that's everything, and that's going to impact the rest of the game for you. You just get that incremental advantage over time. So that was it for the bottom bracket for now, and we have the rest of our winners bracket populated. So we're going to be bouncing back up there to watch True Whale versus Mendieta, then Topa V versus Zazos before we start heading back down to the bottom bracket for another viewing there. So be sure to stick with us because we still have some of the most exciting games of the day to look forward to. After the portion of the tournament we've seen so far, we have the latter half of our leaderboard populated now. So we've got Thompson with 1 point, we've got Rhino with 2 points, Jeff with 3, and Jael with 4. And again, these Summoners points do carry over across monthly trials. These are what folks are trying to accumulate, ultimately to lock down their positions at the finals in Los Angeles. And speaking of the finals in Los Angeles, those 2 dates that I want to remind you of, May 18th and 19th. On the 18th, we've got the finals that are in person in Los Angeles for the Americas Summit. So if you can register to be there, if you're going to be in or around the area, be sure to do so. If you're watching on Twitch, you can use Command Festival to register for those days. All right, everybody, stick with us. We're going back up to the winners portion of the bracket right after another quick break. We'll see you back here in 10. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the America Summit 2024 monthly trial for April. We are back in the top bracket now for the semifinals of this thing. I'm still at the table with Seppi Stoic and Once in Love. What a great show it has been. Seppi, what are you looking forward to in this next game, brother?
I just want to see some unique picks. You know, I've gotten very excited today to see the Water Twin Angels, Ramael and Jediah. I wasn't expecting that. And maybe seeing True Whale surprise us with some counter picks. I like how adaptable he was during SWC, and maybe today he can show us something, because Mendieta, you know, surprised us. He beat Jeff. We thought that Jeff had the upper hand in there, so he's a threat.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, honestly, send him down there. We didn't expect to see Jeff in bottom bracket at all. So let's see what True Whale has in store for us, as well as his opponent, Mendieta, for the first game in the semifinals in the top bracket. Seppi and Stoic, take it away for round one.
Oh man, let's get into it. It's been a minute since we've seen these two. We've been dabbling in so many other matches, so we're finally back to a True Whale and Mendieta's match here. So we've got the pre-bans rolling out right here, and there's just an abundance on Mendieta's mind. Like, what is he banning out? And he doesn't want to see a Tian Lang, and True Whale does not want to see the Masha.
Yeah, very good pre-bans right here. Two monsters that have been instrumental today. I think an interesting thing in here right now is, are we going to see the True Whale with a Wedgehead, or is he going to opt for the Water Ryu first pick? Oh, Mendieta doesn't want True Whale to be comfortable with the Water Ryu. So is he going to swap it out right now? And what speed lead is he going to prioritize?
Might see that Ciara speed lead coming out of True Whale now. This is something that I have seen him before, kind of like how Thompson was drafting a lot of it as well, where Ciara Zabala, True Whale was drafting a lot of that. He drafts a lot of that on the ladder as well. So let's see what happens here. So more, you know, clearly Mendieta's, he's ready to compete. He's ready to bang with this turn one style of play. Let's see what happens. True Whale running the clock out here. Not often that's going to be happening with first pick, so I feel like there may have been a connection issue, because a Wusa first pick is not something we see from True Whale. Oh, okay, cool.
Well, I was going to say, we did get some changes, like what I was asking. So he's definitely adapting, going more into the bruiser style. You know, will we see other units that fit into this? We've already seen Kinky once. We know that True Whale's Kinky is one of the best in the world. So if we see a lot of AoE right here and no sustain, we know he's going to bring it in. He already knew that the Nikki might be something. There's a couple interesting picks that might appear. The Wusa, he's still interested in it. You know what? Wusa making his claim for glory today. But I was gonna suggest that maybe we're gonna see a Wind Monkey King, but he has a better version of it.
So strange of a draft for True. I was not expecting any of this. To see the light vampire Julian come in here and a Wusa, to be honest with you. There's a double strip on the other side of the field with Mendieta's. So like seeing Wusa even being placed after, you know, a Chung Pang got drafted with a Nikki is quite interesting. All right. I mean, Adriana hit the field and another threat's coming out.
Yeah, I kind of like the Wusa. I think that True Whale has a plan here, and there's two unreliable strips. You can take one of them off the field, or you can ban the Cassandra. One of the two, I can see that. Like, I would like either a Chung ban or a Cassandra ban, and I think he can deal with the rest of the team. I think those are the two problem units on the opposing side.
It feels like a Cassandra ban for sure. We don't have a reset. We don't have a way to stop Cassandra from doing what she is going to do. So I see Cassandra getting the ban here, because you usually want to stop the attack buff with the reason why Cassandra is going to do some outrageous damage. But we're opting for an Adriana ban, so quite interesting that we're going to see that. This is I'm not expecting any of this to be real.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe we're going to be surprised and there's going to be a Swift Wusa that takes turn one and just puts immunity up. So we'll see what we have in store. Mendieta, hopefully with the turn one right here, if his comp is fast enough. No, the Wusa does take turn one. Let's see. Proc, so it's definitely not a Swift. Wusa gets some damage in. The Vanessa also outspeeds. Oh my god, he fully outsped with a violent.
So what is that? Steppy, I need an adult. Okay. Like, what happened? I was not expecting any of that.
I told you we shouldn't say anything about the plans from True Whale because it all makes a lot of sense. He was just, I know I'm way faster, and I'm just gonna get my whole team ahead, and I don't need to ban the second.
God.
That's such a tanky Vanessa. And I don't need to ban the other attack buff because the other attack buff will be dead, my friend.
Is this a? I don't know if this is like just an insane like rune gap, but not being able to kill the Vanessa already. Like Mendietta's is he's grabbing, he's reaching for air right now, and True Whale shutting it down every which way. We did get a nice serious matter coming out here, which is quite good. Julian's not going to be dying just yet. Beautiful despair stun is going to be landing, but this is going to be it for that Chung Pong. Chung Pong's going to be dropping there. Stun's coming out on the Cassandra right here. Not getting the stun on Cassandra.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really like what True Whale did. I don't think it's even like a huge gap. It's just this is, you know, one of the top 2 best players in the world. It's really difficult to hang on with him. And I'm going to say that the Vanessa is maybe a trap speed HP Vanessa or a speed HP defense Vanessa to go against Sonya's. Like, I know that Monagua runs a support Vanessa, and it's really good against these type of comps. So maybe he knew what he was getting himself into, and with this, he definitely guarantees the win.
Yeah, I'm realizing I ruined my Wusa wrong. 85 accuracy is the only way to go. There's so many 2-turn sleeps coming out of the Wusa drafts in today's tournament. This has been absolutely wild. True Whale in the driver's seat, man, throughout that match. Well done. As we get into a round number 2, we need to see something from Mendieta.
I will say from Mendieta, you need to bring Swift units, right? At least one. You need an Escher, something that bridges the gap that the rune quality is leaving, right? So you need something to come in and bring you back into this match.
What does that Leo say to you, though?
Oh, that we're gonna see a lot of speed on True Whale's side. He's like, I'm already aware. And this is a Swift more for you, my friend, or a Swift in this case, Water Ryu.
Yep. When I see a Leo ban from True Whale, I'm looking at the gearbox from Fast and the Furious, where there's like 300 different gears that they're about to shift into, and that feels like what True Whale's about to bring when he's banning out Leo.
Yeah, he's like, oh, where are all my 340 speed units? Let me get to them. So he's gonna teach him right now how to play Water Ryu, Chung Pong, brings in the Ciara. Let's see, double speed lead, so we'll probably not see a Wedget, but there's a lot of units that can pop. I would really like to see a Juno right here. I think it's an interesting unit. We know that sometimes he likes even to bring Juno Volantis, which we haven't seen in a while, right, Stoic?
Yep, that is true. I like the Ethna. We're trying to compete for turn 1 still, which is good. We've got double speed lead on the other side. I think the Okeanos is good. I think the Sekhmet is great. That's going to shut down, you know, the turn 1 play coming from Mendietta's. He needs to showcase another speed lead. If he was going to commit to playing an Ethna, there needs to be a 33 down. There's got to be a Vanessa. There's got to be probably a Vanessa. And no, that's not what's going to happen. We're just going to be cutting with the Hey Gang.
You know what? I like the Hagan pick. I think it does the same thing, you know, kind of guaranteeing we don't have a lot of reduction there, so True Whale has to ban it. The real question right now is, will this Etna outspeed? Like, how fast is she? Is this the Swift, or is this the Despair Water Ryu? We got to find out.
Is it the Swift or the Despair? It's the Swift.
Oh,
it's the
very
Swift.
And this
but hold on. We've got Pontos with the 3rd scale Holy Grounds coming out to protect his team. Mendieta is trying to bounce back here. We really like that. Not too shabby for Chung Pong. Chung Pong getting 2 strips there, kind of big. Rain of Stone's coming out with a double stun. Bomb's going to be landing on top of that. Nicky doesn't want to allow that cleanse going out here. He has to detonate it, in my opinion. Utilize that 3rd scale. Okay, he's not going to detonate.
I like the greed. I like the greed. You proc. She's probably dead to it. You deal a little bit of damage on the Masha right here. She didn't proc, which is great. Now he can get rid of a unit, and he goes for the Chung Pong. The Okeanos has a choice right now, and the real choice is, do you risk? Do you go for the greed, or do you go for the more consistent reset? He goes for the consistent reset on the Etna. The other option was going for the Pontos to avoid the silence, but he chose not to do that. And now there's a big opening for the Masha Stoic. This Masha will have a feast. She can even go for the greed on the Ciara, and then yes sir, she's gone. Now you can kill this Chung Pong, and it's a 2v4, my friend.
There we go. I mean, he's got it. Chung Pung's going to be dropping right here. Honestly, I think he needed to go for it. Of course, hindsight's 2020, but I was calling for it. I wanted to say he should have went for it onto the Pontos, but obviously as things unraveled, that he really should have went for it onto the Pontos as well. But hey, Mendieta's big congrats, taking a victory away from True Whale.
Yeah, that, to be honest, any player that wins one match against True Whale deserves a round of applause. Amazing way. Great draft as well. And the thing too is the surprise, the Etna was not a Swift Etna competing for that first turn. It was a Fio Etna and somewhat tanky. You know, if she wasn't as tanky, maybe she wouldn't have survived the additional damage from True Whale. There's another detail I wanted to bring up is in that turn one with the Oki, he had the option of going for the reset or going for the stun damage. He chose to go with a more aggressive take of the stun as well, and the Etna kept her cooldown. So we're going to see how True Whale adapts to this game number 3. And Mendieta stealing back the Moor.
Definitely a good decision there. True Whale's going to lock in his own 33 go Gapsu as well. We could see the Gapsu Ragdoll combination, see a crazy bruiser draft from True Whale. That is possible. We may even see that Julian come back as well. We know Julian's got really great success rate in a lot of drafts right now. I love the Mash. I think that's a super solid pick for him to lock down. It's been a really good unit in Mendieta's hands.
Yeah, and True Whale goes back to that more bruiser style. Bringing the Wusa is really strong right now because there's only one strip. Let's see if Mendieta wants to bring a Chung Pung, but the Miles is very oppressive. He's taking this out of the Jael book. Jael with 3 of the core units. Will we see a Smicer last pick as well? We haven't seen the Menace popping up, and the Chung Pung does come out, but we know how fast True Whale is. The question is, does he get a unit last here? And I love the Escher. That's the thing that we talked about in the first match, Stoic.
Love the Escher. I think the Escher is a great last pick for Mendieta. He's got double speed lead. He's got the 33 on the field as well. I do like the Volantis. I think the Volantis is a very good pick. I kind of like Mendieta's draft a little bit more than True Whale's right now.
I don't know. It puts him against the wall. You know, you got to ban either the speed lead or the Volantis, or like I like to call it, Rich Man's Gang, and you ban it. You ban the Volantis. He kills the unit that brings together the whole team. So I'm going to say something. If the Escher hit the field, I would agree with you and like the Mendieta draft more. But I think True Whale just had a clinical ban. That is a great ban. The guarantees that this Miles is going to probably take turn 1.
Yeah, Miles is going to be super dangerous here, and probably going to be the reason why True Whale really pushes for a big victory here. Not receiving a stun on top of the Chung Pung, is going for a skill 3, throwing up those shields, not choosing to set up a defense break, trying to push for a reset here, and more getting a little bit of value. We see the shields missing, but ultimately that immunity getting removed off of the Vanessa, which is probably going to be the target of this Masha.
Ooh, great resist on the Miles especially, because the Miles now is protected against his twin brother that takes out attack bars and resets people. So now he doesn't have an ideal target, and he can remove this Chung Pung from the field. He does get the reset. 1 damage. Now he has to finish it off. You know what he can do? He could even save it for the Vanessa to get the kick, but he doesn't wish to.
Yep, doesn't need to. He got a little bit of heal on his Vanessa, which is quite nice. We've got stuns coming out from the Gapsu. Locks that down on top of the Moor. A little bit more damage coming towards the Vanessa here. Resets going on top of the Wusi. Doesn't want to see that second skill or that third skill come out here. But I do think, well, I was going to say, I do think he needs to put a lot of gas into this Oliver, because right now his Wusa is shut down, and Oliver is going to be a threat. But I think True Whale's just trying to take out the unit that is going to be dying the quickest, and it is going to be that Moor, so denying him a unit that will get dropped pretty soon.
I like that strategy. I like him doing that, and the Miles still has 1 turn of immunity. So now he can swap targets, just go for this Masha and try to drop her as quickly as possible, but he opts for the Oliver, gets the death break. The Masha will have an opening right here, and the Oliver will continue to steal attack bars. He goes again for the Wusa, allows the Miles to be there, and he can try to go for the reset on the Vanessa, or no, he doesn't. I think this is an interesting choice. The Oliver keeps getting turns, and now the Miles keeps getting turned, and the Oliver will say bye-bye.
Yep, getting the no attack bar reduction, but he does get that reset, though, going into second skill, getting the defense break on top of the Masha. So Masha's got to shake this defense break off, but there's just no way a lonely Masha is going to be there taking on True Whale. True Whale is going to be taking round 3 away from Mendietta's, but huge applause to Mendietta's. Evan, I feel like you can't help but agree, because Mendietta's going up against a person like True Whale, getting a victory there. That's definitely something to applaud.
Oh yeah, Mendieta stood up to one of the biggest players in the game. So congratulations to Mendieta on that, and True Whale for moving forward. Man, Tyler, I've been waiting to shout out that first game for so long. Even though there isn't like too much to talk about, the outspeed into the nuke was crazy. What did you think of that?
Yeah, so we see a defensive looking draft, right, on the board. It's standard. You're like, okay, that's very defensive. And then you're like, wait, it's True Whale. True Whale doesn't really pick these kind of defensive drafts. Goes into the first game, outspeeds the whole thing, obliterates one unit on his team. And we all just sit here at the desk and we're like, okay, well, I guess that's not a defensive draft when your name is True Whale. You have brute quality at that level and the artifacts. I mean, just look at it right there, just absolutely destroying that Nikki. Just one turn off the field. And then from here, it's just a little bit of kind of chip damage in until you can finish off the rest of his team.
Yeah, it was just by the books right there. I mean, that start, it's so hard to ask you to come back from that. And then Mendieta decides, you know what? I am going to come back from it in the next game. I'm going to take a win off this guy if it's the last thing I do. And it was so cool to watch.
Yeah, something I really liked about the ban in this first game, though, True Whale banned out the immunity unit on Mendietta's side, and that was really important because it enables the Gapsu to really get a lot of these stuns on skill 1 that we're looking for.
Yeah, well said. Something to facilitate a little bit of control can really go a long way.
Yeah, so in game 2 here, we see that Nemesis Pontos, that being an absolutely fantastic meta call here for Mendieta. It gave him a really good chance against True Whale. True Whale did have the Chung Pong able to get the strip, but only landed it on 2 targets, 2 of which were not the ones he needed the most. He really needed to get it on the Ethna. He needed to be able to stop the Ethna from going forward and really controlling with these defense breaks. And in the end, Mendieta ended up taking that match against True Whale. So big applause to him on that one.
Oh, yeah. And then this is the ban that Seppi called out in there, too. Called it clinical in knocking out the Ashir to guarantee that turn 1 for Miles.
Yeah, so Escher is just fantastic, right? We see Escher on the draft side for Mendieta. It is exactly the risk he needs to take. We need to see him kind of aggressively push the draft. But when it comes to this, we look at True Whale. He's not afraid of Masha, even though we saw him ban it in the first game. If you saw the first turn damage there, the defense break into the attack on the Vanessa, that Vanessa probably has 45k HP. That's barely huge. Took anything. And that just goes to show when Stoic said, you know, this might be like a speed HP Vanessa. It very well could be speed HP, speed crit HP. But man, she was tanky, and that honestly gave True Whale such a big edge in this last match.
Yeah, it did really kind of look like a Vanessa that is just there to survive and just set up defense break for the team, and that's the only purpose for her. And, you know, the 45k HP really shone through on that. So kudos to the ruining on that, even though it feels funny to say that when I'm talking about the second place of SWC, you know, ever. He's one of the best players of the game, but, you know, it shows, man. It really does show well. So great games, and we get another one. We're not done with the semifinals just yet. In fact, we get to see from Topa V and Zazos. It feels like it's been a second since we've seen these players, Seppi, but like we get to see more of Topa. I know you're excited to watch him play.
Yeah, I think this is my favorite matchup of the day. I'm a huge Topa V fan, like since his CC playstyle and more adaptive to the current meta as well, but I'm also a huge Zazos fan. He's Brazilian, you guys know me. He's a guy that also has a little bit more of a restricted box, but he really understands his strengths and his weaknesses. He's the kind of guy that is very good at reading his opponents, and we'll see how he adapts against someone that has, you know, a better box and better rooms.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Here we go. The second game of the semifinals, Topa V versus Zazos. Stoic, Seppi, take it away for round 1.
Yeah, let's get into it. We've got a Chandra getting a pre-banned by Topa V and a Ragdoll getting pre-banned by a Zazos. Now, what you kind of have to worry about with Topa V is his ability to transition from a turn 1 to a bruiser playstyle. Now, that that ability to do very, very well holds very, very important in today's meta, to be able to pivot super well and have those great units. And Topa V really is lucky enough to have those great units to make that kind of pivot. So Sekhmet's going to be the first pick from Zazos alongside that Jognam, with Topa V locking in a 33 speed lead in the form of Oliver. So we're showcasing a little bit of turn one from both teams right now. We don't have a speed lead yet coming to Zazos. We've just started here, but Topa V is going to kind of showcase the direction he's going to take his draft right after, and it looks heavily in the turn one. You're locking in a unit like Yan Hong, a turn one unit.
Oh, I love seeing that Yan Hong, his signature LD. We know he has a ragdoll nowadays, but we'll always think of that Yan Hong. And on the other side, we know that generally Sekhmets are on Swift, but Zazos one already stunned a lot of people today. So that Despair Sekhmet is very, very dangerous. And once again, the Vanessa and the Wusa being paired up. Oh, no, he goes up, swapping against. What is this, Stoic? Do we
that
have
may have been a misclick. We had so many units coming in there, and I liked every one of them, but I think I hate this one the most.
Helena coming out. I actually have a ruined Helena, so you know what, Zazos? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this choice. Let's see what comes out. The Camilla coming out as a direct counter, another water unit, and he's just gonna play against it. Yeah. It gets 2 water units in, and this Micer's probably getting the ban, right?
It really doesn't help that I've fed Helena twice and I still don't own one because the LDs felt more important to me. So I don't have a great opinion of the Helena personally. Shizuka and Camilla, great picks here. Yan Hong definitely on the chopping block as the turn one unit to really facilitate Topa V's draft here. But Micer, to no surprise, getting the ban. So 33 speed lead for both teams here. We'll see what happens as we get into this very first match with Zazos and Topa V.
Yeah, I would like to have seen the ban on that Camilla. I think killing the Camilla will be really, really hard. He goes with a super fast turn 2 Oliver and now gets a very key stun, but the problem is he missed the reset on this Shizuka. Now Shizuka is going to be able to protect the team. A lot of damage on the Vanessa, and it's going to be super hard to survive Stoic.
I almost feel like he goes in with that third now to protect us, and he does. He locks in the third, using that skill there. He's got 2 turn immunity across the field right now. Vanessa just taking a beating, and I think Zazos just got to go with the shield to make that Vanessa last a little bit longer, and that is what he's going to be doing. Additional turn comes out, a little bit poke damage coming towards this Masha. Reset's got to go on top of the Oliver because Oliver had full reign on Zazos' team here. Needs to land the freeze, does not get that freeze, so a little bit of attack power reduction, and again, Vanessa definitely under fire here.
And the Shizuka is very good right now to counter the Sekhmet because you can like put the protection, the past life spell on either of the 2 units, either on the Oliver or the Masha. The Masha will get the death break right away and she can go for the kill, but a big resist. This is an important resist actually. Gets the death break if the Vanessa proc. She doesn't get a proc, but there's a small opening. Can he get this Oliver down? If he doesn't proc, the Camilla keeps pounding on the Vanessa. The Vanessa is finally gonna go down, and the Masha will have a feast to get in here. Proc, whoa. Hold your horses. There's one big opening for the Helena. She gets it. That is a dead Oliver, and it's a 3v3 suddenly.
Yeah, it's very, very nice that very fortunate that he got that, able to get the kill on top of the Oliver. Masha's almost dismounted right now, so Masha, I think, well, no, it's got to go to the Shizuka. You got to reset that Shizuka, and it gets resisted, which is very fortunate for you.
And he drops the Masha, Stoic. This is huge. He can go with the freeze, but the Camilla procs out of it. He has to control right here, and a big opening for the Masha. Can she proc? No proc. One more chance to reset the Shizuka. He gets it. Finally, Stoic. He must be saying there is an opening for this pony. The pony can go for it once again, or he can go for the defensive play, which he does.
Yeah, he's going for the defensive play right now. Topa V's really trying to push at this Jognam. I think he's looking at Jognam as the main threat, and he's got plenty of damage here with the Camilla and the Masha to help get rid of this unit. If he's able to get rid of the Jognam, I do think Camilla's in the position to just handle the rest of Zazos' draft, but we'll find out. I mean, this Fire Unicorn can do some pretty magical things.
Agree with you. He goes even with the glancing. He keeps going. This is a big proc, but you don't want to risk it because this Masha coming back on the mount would be an extremely big problem for him. Right now, you have to go for the reset again on the Shizuka, and you have to pray that this Camilla doesn't proc. The Camilla can just kick it and get a freeze on the pony and gets it.
Yep. And Topa V is going to keep pushing to finish off that. And yeah, exactly. I mean, it was kind of right there. As soon as Topa V stopped paying attention to the Fire Unicorn, is as soon as it felt like he had that victory. And Zazos was just trying to grasp and get any sort of like ground he could on Topa V. But once he lost the big man, it was kind of over right there.
Yeah, very good point. And I think we're going to have to find out if that Helena was a mispick or on purpose. But picking 3 fire units that early on in the draft really put his backs against the wall. And Topa V, like an experienced player and drafter that he is, he pushed that advantage on the draft through the game and did a great job. Deserved win, Stoic.
Most definitely. Oliver is going to be in the pre-ban here, and we've got the Gapsu. Gapsu see in the pre-ban. Free-to-play fusion units making their way into a pre-ban in a tournament. It's so crazy that we live in this world.
Yeah. And Veramos as well. We've seen a couple of Veramos today, so multiple fusions. Can you believe it?
That is wild. I love these 2 picks here from Topa V. Chandra, Cigar, very good units. I love the combination. We're going to see Jagnam coming back for Zazos. Juno is a very good unit that we're dropping in here. We're showcasing 2 fire units again, so hopefully we're not going to see any more fire coming into Zazos, because you can get punished when you play too much fire.
Very good point. The Juno right here as a response, and like he did that last game. The question right now is he baiting Topa V? He goes once again, very aggressive comp with the Yanhong and the Masha, the Leo as a quick response, but he can just get rid of that. So you need a speed lead to fight for turn 1. The real question is, even with a speed lead, with a despair segment, I don't think you're going to outspeed a Yanhong, my friend. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, the Yanhong is going to be way too fast here. If that is a despair segment, which I believe you said it was, Shizuka's coming in here. Now, we have 1 reset. Now, seeing a Shizuka, to me, that says that we're either banning out the Yanhong or maybe even banning out that Cigar. And I think that might be what's happening. We have a lack of immunity right now, so I think Cigar is a super powerful unit if that is what's going to be happening. So let's see what Topa V is going to be drafting as this last pick. I know he might be out of some resets here, so we'll see where we go.
Yeah, he's really putting some thought on this, Stoic. Let's see what he comes out with. Another reset would be good, but I also see that since there's a lot of fire on the other side, maybe he wants to bring more sustain, right? And the monkey comes out, there's Death Break, there's a lot of damage, which tells us he's probably still banning this Leo, right? And just going
potentially he might be banning out the Shizuka here, because if he goes double fire like that Masha and Fire Monkey King, there is a world that Topa V leaves in the Leo too.
Good point. Good point. I just think that like with the monkey and the Yanhong, like there's so many things that he's gonna leave. Oh, he surprises all of us. He goes with the segment ban, allows the Shizuka and the Leo in, and to be honest, he's trusting a lot the damage of this Masha, even without the speed, to get rid of this Leo quickly and then take control of the match.
Yep, let's see what happens here. So Leo, obviously, with first turn, a little bit of poke damage coming at the Cigar. The Cigar with a reset, and the unit that he needs to reset is that Shizuka. So he does nail that. Nice little despair stun going out on top of the Masha. I think the hug target should probably be the Masha so he doesn't get the reset here. But you see what's happening? I know for a fact he's trying to hug the Masha, because Masha's attack bar is at full. You don't want to lose a turnout on that hug because your Masha's attack bar goes up. So you know for a fact that's the tell that Topa V just gave away, that that's the target he's trying to hug.
Very, very good point. The Leo right here taking a lot of damage. That Death Break is key to give him a great opportunity to kill the monster. Right now, gets a proc. Very good one with Shizuka because she'll have the skill 2 ready, and little by little, he's hitting away on this Masha that has an opening to kill the Leo. 1 HP,
no way.
Here comes the monkey. Leo is
so
off
crazy.
the table.
So we went from hugging a Masha to definitely hugging a Cigar. He needs to keep this unit alive, but it will drop to the Leo. He brings it back, kills the Cigar, and he can go right back to his original game plan, making sure his Masha doesn't get dismounted.
Yeah, it's gonna be a problem though, because he has two ways of killing this Juno. There's the Masha and the monkey, the death break, and the Juno disappears. Wow, great picks. He wasn't afraid of the Leo. And let me tell you something, Stoic. I was thinking that the only way to win this was by banning the Leo, but he showed us that he had a couple of ways to deal with a big Dragon Knight.
Yeah, he did, and that's critting water, that's dealing damage, and I love the strategy Topa V is going. It's not using second skill from Chandra at all.
Domination, Evan. Take it away.
Oh man, the Elemental King passives on those fire units they're going crazy right now. All right, Tyler, tell me your thoughts. Game 1 had kind of an interesting unit picked in the pick ban phase. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, so Helena was debatably a mistake in the draft. Ended up working out quite well, actually. Overall, Helena did give a little bit of protection on the draft. It also let him go for like a lethal on one of the units in the game. Smicer as the last pick there was the force ban. We always see that Smicer as, I mean, as Stoic has said, it's the problem unit in all these drafts. Mm-hmm. Everyone sees it. They're so afraid of it. It has to get banned. When it comes through, I think it's only lost one match so far, so like this is just a fantastic one. But when we look at this game, Jeongnam control from Topa V is the reason that he's the single reason he won this game. Right? He uses the Camilla skill 2 for the freeze and the slow. He's able to pull the attack bar from the Shizuka, and he's able to just fully control that Jeongnam to deny any extra like CC or turn or rotations from Zazos.
Yeah, well said. Topa just takes gradual control over this. I mean, you see here, it's just the freezes all over the place that really just benefit Shizuka. I think you made a really good point there. And that chip damage in on Vanessa, she's hanging on there, but it's not for long.
Yeah, and the slow damage that comes as well from that Camilla skill 2 is extremely valuable. When units are already at a slower pace, it just cripples them into a point where they can't really rotate back. And, you know, getting that early slow on the Helena really helped deny the shield from coming up to protect the Vanessa a second time.
Yeah, very true. Look at that. The combo into that, and by that point, the writing is on the wall. Yeah, well said on that. The Jeongnam just manipulation was huge. Here we are in game 2, right before Topa V took it, and the knockout on the Leo setup here. It showed he didn't have to ban it. He went for the post ban, as I like to refer to it.
Yeah, so this draft was really interesting. There were a couple different ways we could have gone here. What I would have liked to have seen would be like a Chow or a Water Monkey King, and then lean towards the Leo ban, or potentially even the Gapsu ban, or the Jeongnam ban. But in this situation, we ended up seeing the double fire, right? We slammed down the Elemental King, quote unquote, Fire Monkey King, along with the Masha. And in that situation, you can just say, all right, well, I'm just going to kill your Leo. It's totally fine. You know, being able to have a unit that's a force ban and have the control for the Shizuka gave Topa V such an upper edge there.
Absolutely. And when you look at the end of that game too, it's so interesting that we've got a couple of these monsters in the meta right now, where be it, you know, Masha, Meiho, Wang, that can just kind of stand their ground up against water units, because Meiho Wang versus Camilla actually has like a positive win rate in the favor of Meiho Wang towards Camilla, which is crazy to say. And we saw that in full swing today. We saw crits coming out from everywhere. He was not out, even though elemental advantage was not in his favor.
Yeah, so when it comes to Camilla versus Meiho Wang, that specific interaction, the reason that it goes so well in favor of the Meiho Wang is that when your skill 2 is available in Meiho Wang, you actually heal for a fixed amount based on your max HP, as well as the damage reduction passive from Camilla only applies on critical hits. So if there's no critical hits, she actually doesn't reduce nearly as much damage.
Exactly. You find yourself begging for those crits. Well, that was that set. Looking forward to the next game right now. Mendieta versus Zazos. We're about to resolve our 3rd and 4th place for the tournament today. Mendieta had a really good showing, Stoic, up against True Whale earlier. I don't know. Do you think Zazos can pull through with this?
I think Zazos is an incredible player. I think he'll do totally fine here. But the fact that Mendietas took a match from True Whale really says that he can bang with the best. So I can't help but think Mendietas is going to give Zazos a run for his money here. But I still give a lot of credit to our point leader, our player who's doing phenomenal throughout all the summits and summit last year. Zazos is an excellent player and someone to definitely be careful with.
Oh, yeah, and that's a good point, too. He is definitely one of the point leaders for sure. He has shown a dominance in the leaderboard, which is just so exciting. Here we go. The third and fourth place match right now, Mendieta versus Zazos. Seppi, Stoic, it's all you guys.
Let's get into it. That 33 lead already out of here. Nikki, Zazos doesn't want to see it, but Mendieta's got the first pick. Let's see what he takes away from Zazos. Mendieta's with the first pick. I think he takes a speed lead, drafting in maybe a 33, bringing in a 24, so more is going to come to the table.
Yeah,
Zazos
like you said, it's
on.
Stoic. Zeza's the consistency king, you know, a great player that's been always doing well in the summits, and now Mendieta, a bit of a surprise, taking a game away from one of the best players in the world. Definitely not counted for that. And now we're going to see if Mendieta with his Smicer, the Masha, picking a lot of the units that have been doing really well today. Sekhmet is on the other side, so interestingly enough, going with a little bit of a turn one comp on Zeza's side, but now going more bruisery to try to deal with these units that are very mid-range. I really like the Monkey. The Verd, depending on how it's ruined, might be a little bit squishy for this comp on Mendieta's side, right?
This looks like the most swift Verd I've ever seen. This just can't be a triple revenge Verd in my eyes. Like, I don't see... It could be a really fast violent Verd as well. I really hope it's not a triple revenge Verd, because I think this is not the place Zazos to be drafting that here. Shizuka, a great unit. Fire Monkey King, another great unit. Wrapping up with Wusa, I think is totally fine here. The fact that Zazos got as a very awkwardly paced Verti-heal, I give so much credit to Mendieta.
Yeah, I agree with you. I really like that. I like the Wusa pick. The Smicer ban was kind of on the nose. The question right now is, does he have enough damage to get rid of Mendieta's mid-range comp in time? Because this Monkey and the Masha are going to become very, very dangerous. Misses the reset once again. His Sekhmet either has very low accuracy or he's just having a bad day.
All right, well, there's the AoE and no revenge coming out of this Verti-heal. Nice resets going on top of the Shizuka. Defense break's going to be available. I think he goes right into the Oliver. That is going to be the unit of focus right now. Not landing that defense break, but this Fire Monkey King might have something to say about it.
I hope it's a violent Verd, man, because I really don't see, like you said, a triple revenge one doing really well here. And with Vio, he can really get value out of those turns, you know, and the rotation, and he can even abuse a little bit of the Sekhmet. Right now, he already reset the Shizuka, so he might even go just to remove the immunity, yes, and try to stun the Masha. Very good job. Here we go. Damage, big damage, another stun, and now the Verd is going to have a little bit of an opening.
Definitely is. I really hope this is a violent Verd. It's still not showcasing it just yet, so he could have got so much more value if it was a triple revenge Verd for the one time that it was hit, or just anything else in that position right now, because Oliver looks like it's probably going to drop down soon, but it's not over for Zazos right now, because he is putting in work right now. Everybody's heal blocked right now. Fire Monkey King is dropped.
He killed this monkey so quickly, man. I can't believe everything came on. The Sekhmet did miss the first reset, but she's been so clutch with the death break. That death break guaranteed the game for him. So much damage coming out, and you know, the turn rotation from the Verd that hasn't procced yet, by the way, so I think it's not a violent Verd, was still worth it.
Yeah, it definitely was still worth it. That all that attack bar that you get from that Verti-heal is very, very good when you're able to take advantage of it. I would say it's probably a violent build. It feels like a violent revenge build, which can work. It works really, really well. We could have been so much more impressive if it was actually proccing in here, but hey, a win's a win, and Zazos really took advantage of Mendieta's getting rid of that Fire Monkey King as quick as he did.
Wow, that was impressive. Lots of damage in a comp that we thought that didn't have enough damage. So Zazos definitely deserve that. I like the strategy. The Verd kind of against a more stationary comp, and now Mendieta will have to watch out for that. Even though this Verd didn't counter, didn't proc, the amount of turns that he got out of it was really, really key for the victory.
I was about to call the pre-ban for Mendieta's. I was like, that Jognam, the water
yeah.
big boy's got to go, and he made his way into the pre-ban like I definitely thought he kind of deserved after all the success Zazos has been seeing with this unit. And to no surprise to see Smicer in the pre-ban as well.
Very, very good point. He finally gets the Nikki combo with the more, and now Zazos going more to that bruiser style. Like you said, he adapts very well between, turn one and bruiser, and going with the Verd again, I think is slightly early, but this one does feel like a triple revenge Verd to counter the Nikki.
Definitely feels very triple revenge with the placement that it was drafted in for sure. I think the Masha is a very good pick. Adriana is an interesting pick here now that we already have the gas from Nikki, unless he's expecting Nikki to get the ban right now. Chow is pretty scary. I don't know how I feel about Minato or that Wind Pure Vanilla. I kind of like the direction Mendietta's taking, but I will say I played more Nikki as well, and I didn't have great success.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. I like Zez's Minato pick. I think he's comfortable with what's on the floor. I think he'll have to choose between, interesting, more protection. I think now there might be an opening for him to ban the Masha and leave Mendieta with less damage. Do you think that was only Nikki on the floor? You think? I think
Shizuka gets banned, not addressed. I know that. Yeah. That's true. Well, you know what? The Masha technically is addressed with having Camilla and even the Minato on the field here. But right now, I don't think Zazos has something to deal with the Shizuka. Shizuka becomes an issue when it hasn't been addressed yet.
But there's two sources of immunity as well. I think that's there's a lot of overlap there. He bans the attack buff. One of them, and the Oblivion. I think he was very afraid of that Oblivion onto, the amount of units he has with passive, and he does go with a 55% res, my friend. Let's see how that does.
Yeah, let's see it. So we need a full team strip here with the Water Ryu. Didn't get it onto the Minato, so he's going to force out a big third skill here, apply a ton of damage. This is what I mean, though, with the more in Nikki combinations. I feel like I wasn't getting the value that I would like. Personally, I would have loved to see the third skill go out there. I think having the threat state on your side of the field is kind of nice because, Yuna's going to be proccing that threat state's going to be left on somebody, so you can really put your opponent in a weird spot where you can only pay attention in certain areas. I kind of wish that he used that third because it would have gave him a lot more time to, get that third back up later into the game.
Good point. Very, very good point. And now the Nikki, he survived the early Nikki onslaught, even though she's healed and all. The Verd is still alive, which is a big deal, but now there's an opening for the Shizuka that doesn't get a stun on the Verd. You have to go for it, but no death break and no revenge. Is this not a revenge Verd?
I have no clue what this Verd is, man. We're still trying to figure it out if it's violent or what. Was that a revenge?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a revenge Verd. The only thing that I'm going to say is this Moore has been super clutch with a couple of useful... It is a revenge Verd. With a couple of very useful stuns right here. So he has a small opening and a heal from Camilla, proving very important in this moment of the match. Right now, there's going to be an opening for this Masha because there's no threat state, Stoic. This might be the one chance he has to proc and kill the Verd.
I think he still goes in. Oh, he's going to go into the Wind Pure Vanilla. Interesting. He has the second skill. Goes on to the Verti-heal. If this was triple revenge, I feel like we should have been revenging so much more. This might be a violent revenge Verd. I'm going with violent revenge. I'm locking in my answer. Violent revenge Verd. I believe that's what this is.
I'm going with bad triple revenge that doesn't get lucky and dies.
Good point. That is also a great answer to lock in. So this second skill, we can go put it right back to Nikki. I think it's super important to get Nikki's skills out there. Everything is impactful when it comes to Nikki. Beautiful thirds, beautiful second, especially when your team's looking a little low right now. And exactly, he used that second skill to get that, the second skill from Shizuka to get that second skill up on Nikki, and your team's all healthy.
Yeah, man, but I'm telling you something. This Minato late game with the pure vanilla becomes increasingly dangerous because if it gets the threat, it's going to keep the Masha controlled, right? So like you said, I think the key unit for Mendieta to win here has to be that Nikki. The Nikki is the key to the whole team because the Masha is going to be slightly controlled. She's going to need a lot of procs to do something. The pure vanilla has a lot, probably 100% res, right? So the Nikki needs to do a lot of damage right now.
Yep, correct. Let's get those heal blocks on Zazos' team, and I think Mendieta's can be in a really good place. I don't see a single heal block.
Oh, if he kills this Nikki, that's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a big problem because Minatu's gonna take it home, or a proc right now, a clutch proc from Shizuka can change the whole game. He does get, but doesn't proc. Interesting. Can it start dropping this monster or no? No proc as well.
No
that
violence
side,
coming from Nikki either. Nikki's got second skill available. He has to start. He has to lock down his team, which is beautiful. This may have swayed it right here, getting that third skill off. We're going to get a second skill heal coming from the Nikki. And Minato's already starting to Masha's already starting to proc. That's a lot of damage coming at it. I want to see that second skill go right to the Nikki. Nikki will have third skill up in one more turn, so Nikki can heal itself. Why? Come on. All right, it's fine. You can get the value hitting the Minato.
Yeah. I like it. He wants to guarantee the kill, so I feel, Stoic, like the Shizuka might have actually been the key unit in this match to kind of guarantee the win, you know, because now there's not a big opening to kill this Nikki, and the Camilla won't be able to solo.
Yeah, so the key unit, in my opinion, is definitely the Nikki. The Nikki is going to be the facilitator to really open up those avenues for Mendietta's here. But the Shizuka was never addressed, like I said. I felt like Shizuka was going to be a problem for Zazos. He needed to respond to the Shizuka, and he did not. And Nikki is going to be the unit that creates those windows for Mendietta's to take advantage of.
And man, Shizuka already has third skill once again. He needs right now to finish Shizuka. Oh, sorry, to finish Nikki. So Nikki, 1, can't proc. Oh, she does. 2, Vanessa. Sorry, Camilla has to kill the Nikki, but he doesn't get it. Now the Shizuka gets all the value again, and
no defense breaks on the field. Holy, Mendietta's with a round 2 victory over Zazos.
You know what, Stoic? I got to give it to you. You said maybe he should ban the Shizuka, and maybe he would have been in a better place if he banned that Shizuka. That Shizuka was a lot to deal with later on in the match.
Yeah, it really was. It was a great combination unit with the Nikki as well. Bringing those cooldowns on Nikki was super important. It almost felt like you always had that heal up on Nikki, which is great. To get less cooldowns on that third skill is incredible. To get... You know, we didn't see a lot of heal blocks hit the field there to put Zazos in an even worse position. But the possibilities are endless when it comes to Nikki Shizuka as a combo.
Agree with you. But very good adaptation. Like, I loved how Mendieta pressured Zazos with the amount of protection sustain that he had, but at the same time, he had enough damage, right? I think he played masterfully against Minatu, which is a very difficult unit if you don't understand how it works to play around it, but he waited for the opportunity. Finally, when the third skill from Shizuka came out and it was stunned, and controlled, he was like, I'm going to do everything to reduce its attack bar and get it killed.
Yep, Chandra, I love this. This could be a cigar pick with it as well. Okay, this is totally fine to go with a draft style like that. We do like the Nikki and Mendietta's hands, so this is a very good pick here. Jognam coming back for Zazos, and I also love this pick. No immunity is being showcased on Mendietta's side of the field, so Jognam can have a field day with that as well, especially with an Oliver. I do think a Woos is probably something Mendietta may need to bring into a draft right now, because we're showcasing a lot of threat and control Zazos has.
And there's only one form of reliable strip, so he has a good opening right here. I like the early Smicer. I think that the other thing is the Masha was taken away, so he's maybe thinking about like the Fire Monkey to bring it here, to go against the Masha, to go against that Oliver or a Juno. That's also a great pick. That's another strong fire unit that brings in a lot of damage. And whoa, a Wind Robo, my friend. What does that tell you? It's getting banned.
No way.
He does bring the Wusa at the end. He changes his mind and goes a little bit more conservative.
And bringing in the Wusa is really, really nice. We have stuff to address the Shizuka, which is super good. So maybe banning out the Juno and not having to worry about that unit is a pretty good idea. Because I think Mendietta's might be banning out that Masha. That Masha being massive threat that's really going to expedite, eliminating the Nikki, the Smicer, even the Juno if Juno doesn't get banned out here. But I do think Juno is going to get the ban. Whoa, never mind.
Agree with you. The Smicer gets it and the Wusa gets it. Interesting. I think that I don't love the Wusa ban. I think Zazos has an interesting team right here, even though Mendieta drafted really well. Oh my god, the segment doesn't hit. I was going to say that the segment can be really impactful, but she never hits the reset. Fortunately, the Oliver does.
Yep. Zhangnan consistent with second skill. Oliver doing exactly what he should be doing. We have a second skill. We have to heal our team. That's way too low for Nikki. You can't play that aggressive. He is playing. He is that aggressive. Goes in with a third. We've got a hug going out onto the Juno to keep this unit alive. Well done.
Yeah, he goes with it. And the interesting thing, no hug on her. He trusts that his Juno will survive because she has a speed buff and she will lap. He's like, I'm not afraid of anyone. I'm going to lap your whole team with a Juno, yep. And I'm going to drop that Masha. Wow. What a very courageous play from Mendieta. Now there's an opportunity to reset, and he doesn't get it. Gets the resist. I feel like Zazos is not getting almost anything that he needs. Goes for the stun. Finally gets
that was quite
stun.
nice.
Exactly.
It's a full AoE stun there with the Jognam, which is really nice. I really do like how aggressive Mendietas is playing, having faith in his units and his rune quality to stay alive here. Juno, man, has just been holding on throughout this entire match, and good on this Juno for staying alive. It's a beautiful proc. I do think he needs to sleep the Masha that's about to smoke his Juno. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Caster Spurs. Why did you do it? That is GG. That is GG. Oh, wait.
Well, we're gonna be proc right there, and he drops the Juno. That is huge. Big damage from Zazos. Turns that around. Holy.
I gotta tell you, Stoic, my beautiful friend, Summoner's War gives, but Summoner's War takes. that was an incredible turn of events that just swaps everything. The whole team was healed up. He went for the crazy play of getting the death break, banking it all on a Masha proc. She procs and kills the Juno. What a beautiful... This is the highlight of the day. Sincerely.
Yeah, what a crazy match. That back and forth that we had Mendietas was on a high, and then it flipped just like that, and Zazos on a high as well, and he turned it around. That was such an incredible showcase right there. That was a lot of fun. Zazos wins this match throughout here. There's just nothing more Mendietas can do.
Yeah, we just have to applaud both of these players. Both of them playing extremely aggressively, trusting the runes, trusting their units. Incredible drafts so far, really reading into each other and stealing each other's units. So this could have gone either way. I guess that beautiful Masha proc was the thing that decided it.
Yep, yeah, it really did. That was so much fun to watch there. Man, edge of my seat the entire time. It was a great match. Evan, you're going to have a blast with this one.
Oh, what a game, man. That was crazy. Sometimes the 22% looks out for you as well. Great games from both players. Love the whole set. Tyler, what are your takeaways from game one? We'll start there.
So game one, we saw the Verd, right? And we were a little weird. We were like, this Verd seems kind of random in the draft, but the more you kind of dig in and analyze it, you got to look at it and say, okay, if the Verd is able to move after Segment goes for a defense break, your whole team's going to move with the defense break from Segment up. And that's exactly what happened in this game, right? He managed to get a turn. Segment uses Curse of the Beautiful. Everyone is defense broken. He rotates the turn with Jongnam and he obliterates everybody, right? The whole field is gone. And it really just shows that Mendieta actually respected the triple revenge Verd by not going for his Masha into it directly on the early turns.
Yes, I love that you said that too, because, looking at it from kind of this objective perspective, there might have been an opportunity to try to go for that Verd, but it's awfully aggressive, and arguably the clapback from the Verd is actually not worth the attempt if you're not sure you can guarantee the kill. So respect there played a really big role for sure, and the Verd operated better in game than it did in the draft.
Yeah, so going into the second game here, we have a really aggressive draft from Mendieta, which normally I would say that I like, but Zazos' draft is teched for this kind of stuff. So the Minato with the threat state setup is actually fantastic into Masha. It forces you to attack the Masha and not the Verd on the early rotation turns here. Paired with the resistance lead, you actually have a position where, as we saw, defense break didn't come up in the match until like the last 2, maybe 3 turns. So we had 3 rotations of Shizuka's, all things in nature without a defense break.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to point out too. It's like there was I'll use the word never, like there was basically never a defense break in play at any time. And I'm also low-key a fan of the win pure vanilla, so when we get to see it in game, it's very fun. You know, you get the reflect damage. It starts to just sneak up on you, that incremental value when you really feel the procs with that monster too. All that support and healing from it just feels so oppressive.
Yeah, it's exactly what Minato needs. Minato and Angela are like a match made in heaven for each other. It gives you the opportunity to build the shields for your units. It gives you the opportunity to get revenge damage as well as reflect damage. So Angela-Minato combo here was fantastic. Sadly, it didn't work out as Zazos was hoping, but it was a very, very close match, and it really could have went either way.
Yeah, it was cool to see, though. It definitely was. And then we get into Game 3. So what are your thoughts going into this before we get towards the very end?
Yeah, so looking at the draft here, something worth mentioning is Smicer, right? Smicer comes out, it's a very aggressive option. It's fantastic with Nikki, right? Smicer with bomb damage, Smicer with attack buff is something that is really scary in this setup. And Zazos didn't have the Juno to fight the Smicer, right? So had to ban one of the two, and in this case, banning the Smicer felt like a safer choice due to the fact that he had that Wusa as the last big force ban.
Yeah, exactly. And then obviously we saw the star of the show, the drop on the roller coaster. Masha came up and took out the Juno, which was really impactful to the rest of the game. And so Zazos took it ahead, and we kind of assumed that he would be in that position because Zazos has been in a commanding lead for most of the summit.
Yeah, he's been a fantastic player in multiple monthly trials. You know, last monthly trial just performing fantastically. Today, also performing fantastically. Yeah. You know, we see a player with, I believe it was Seppi said, he doesn't have the widest of boxes, but still able to utilize everything he has so fantastically.
Exactly. And there we go. So the third and fourth place match has been concluded. Now we are heading on into the final game of today. True Whale versus Topa V, playing for first and second place in the April monthly trial for the Americas Summit 2024. This is a huge one, and I love seeing these big names clash right at the end here, Stoic. This is exactly the kind of finals I like to see at a monthly trial.
Yep, big names indeed. Household names. We all know Truo and we all know Topa V. We've seen them throughout SWC. We've seen them in last year's summit as well. These are common guys you're going to see in these monthly trials as well. True Whale being a point leader and Topa V being a contender. I love watching both of them play. There's just so much that can happen in this draft. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. I'm excited to see if Topa V is going to try and speed contest True Whale. We'll find out.
That would be kind of wild. I don't know. Seppi, do you have any archetypes that you're hoping to see? Any units you want picked in this pick ban phase?
It's like you read my mind, Evan. That's what I was gonna ask for. I'm gonna use my casting powers now. And Topa and True Whale, you guys know I love you both. But if you're listening in, True Whale, I want to see a Kinky, find the opportunity to pick it. And for Topa V, for the sake of old times, I want to see a last pick Hathor. Let's bring it back. Surprise everyone. Bring a Hathor that breaks a team's legs.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that. Here we go. We're already in the pick ban phase. Seppi, Stoic, take it away for round one of the finals of the April monthly trial.
And we're already seeing True Whale go down a bruiser route, but this bruiser route turns out to be a turn one route, and it's so tough to predict how fast this freaking Gapsu's going to be. But Topa V's got a 33, he's got a 24, he's showcasing he's going to be fast as well. How fast? I don't know, but we know how fast the Wusa and the Julian is going to be. True is able to set up defense breaks, snipe units out, and move on with his life. But let's see what happens with Topa V. Topa V's got two very important picks here. He had to have watched that previous match with True Whale where he had this exact same draft, took turn one, and eliminated a unit very quickly. Now, Cigar is a great unit. I want to say it's going to be built pretty fast for Topa V. I really wanted to see a Yanhong come into the draft. He needs a turn one interrupter, something that's kind of cut back in and heal something up because we're going to see a lot of damage. And there's that Yanhong right now.
Yeah, that's a textbook pick right there, Stoic. He has a very well-rounded draft, double speed lead, the threat of the Masha, the reset from the Cigar, and like you said, a turn one unit and a Yanhong. And you have to choose, do I ban the Yanhong or do I find something to deal with her? There's double reset, but banning one of these units might give True Whale enough opportunity to just withstand the damage, because if you ban one of the sources of damage, maybe the rune quality and the ability to just stay in the match can have True Will come back. Because if he doesn't ban the Yanhong, we know that Topa V is going to take turn 1. But he does.
Yeah. Well, the 33 is going to get banned here, so no speed leads coming out for True Will. So we get a 33 here for Topa V, and we have a very fast comp when it comes to Chandra, Oliver, and Saga here. So we do have, you know, a well-oiled machine when it comes to Topa V here, but we do have a very thick draft coming from True Will.
Yeah, he's very, very resistant. Let's see if he can hit the reset on the Wusa. Goes for it. Increase cooltime and attack bar reduction. The only thing is, there's an interesting cut. There's a big opening right here for the Volantis, and it gets a 4-man provoke. I love that. There's a huge opening because now he can go for the branding, and if Julian gets a proc right here, this match might be turned on its head because the Oliver is going to disappear, and no proc, no Caster's Curse.
Yep, none right there. Now, man, I'm telling you, there's so many Volantis users out there wishing they get 4-turn provokes like that Volantis just did, because that's not something that you see too often. But Topa V looking to bounce back right now. We know True Will definitely kind of on the back foot here, whereas Volantis and Julian take a little bit of damage. Obviously, we know about the Julian passive. Boos is still reset, looking for a stun going out onto the Chandra and not receiving it here. I don't know if Topa V is going to go down that same route where he decided not to use skill 2 at all, but I do know he's going to try and prioritize that skill 2 and get full value out of it, not on a unit that's about to take a turn and ruin one of the cooldowns.
Yeah, the control from the Chandra has been incredible. He stunned 2 units with his AoE, now another one with skill 1, and even though the Oliver missed the attack bar reduction on the Julian, it did get increased cooldown time, so this Julian hasn't had an opening to use its skill 2 yet, which is a great strategy. Double reset, wow. Ways of keeping control, and that stun on the way back might change the whole game. He gets some extra damage. The Volantis is out of the death break, and now there's going to be a possible opening for the Masha.
Oof, I was going to say, I think he really needs to put that reset onto the Wusa. Wusa's going to have skills up coming in next turn with skill 2 heal. We're going to have the if he violence, he gets the 3rd skill coming up right after for shields and immunity, which is not at all Topa V wants to see. So here goes that skill 2 right here. Healing. Oh my god, I did it again.
He's turning it. The Caster's Curse and a proc from Julian can change everything. He hasn't procced yet this match, but just what we talked about that in the beginning, Stoic, the amount of sustain and tankiness on True Will's side kind of put Topa V on a clock. And the clock is Masha needs to kill people, otherwise this Julian will finally find an opening and destroy your whole team.
Exactly. This kind of goes right back, well, maybe not right back to Oliver resetting the gap, so instead of the Wusa. In the draft, I almost wanted to see a Julian ban, limiting the damage and offering this bruisery team that True Will had, but not giving him an avenue of eliminating anything very quickly. And Julian was the unit that eliminated things very quickly, you know, providing way too much damage for Topa V. Now, okay, that being said, you know, it is what it is, and I'm not going to harp on the bans for either one of these players here, but I did want to see a Julian ban.
Very good point. I think it's a fair one, and the second thing that I'll say as well is Wusa did perform very well. You called it, like maybe resetting the Wusa at that point would have avoided one of the units to be killed, because that second skill comes back so quickly and it's so powerful, right? Like you just look at Wusa and you think he's a silly support unit, and then he hits you for like 10k with that skill too.
Yep, there's the Vanessa, 33 lead getting locked in. We know this is super dangerous in True Will's hands. He gets to set up some defense breaks and take advantage of those. Definitely seeing Topa V drafting a speed lead himself here. Could be the Chandra, taking that away, going with a Chandra Cigar combination here. We end up going with a Cigar Gapsu combination.
Wow, the Gapsu, man. The fusion unit appearing over there. And oh my god, he's pairing Julian with Nikki. We're gonna have some bombastic comp if he lets through the combo. The question right now for Topa V is, there's only one strip on the floor. Like, I would love to see an Abellio-less pick. You know, he's going turn 1 right here, some reset. If there's no strip, a Abellio-less pick to interrupt the amount of damage that's going to come in from the Nikki would be lovely.
Oh, man. I was about to call it as well. The Riley was coming out here, so Topa V showcasing that he's got a lot of reset control. He can stop the Nicky, but going at Riley gets taken back. I was thinking the Riley was too good, to be honest with you. That the sustain and the turns that Riley was going to be able to take was going to be kind of crazy. But the Escher is super good because it gives you that turn 1 sustain as well for his Julian.
Yeah, I think right here you kind of have to ban the Nicky, man. Like she is the glue that holds this team together. If you leave the Dom with attack buff, it's gonna be dangerous. Julian with attack buff is gonna be dangerous. But he bans the turn, the Leo. He wants to take that turn 1, but now the speed lead gets banned. I don't know. It's a dangerous thing. Nicky on the floor.
It definitely is. The reset needs to land on top of this Escher. You can't allow the skill 2 to happen for Dominic to open up some room here. I can't tell. I think that Nicky is actually in front of the Dominic.
Yeah,
the Nicky is in front of the Dominic.
Get the reset. Can get the reset. No! Resisted. Oof.
That's very
Not
unfortunate
goes
for
according to plan.
No, not at all. I think a hug probably needs to go out. No, he goes with a skill 3 to get the slow on top of the Julian. That's probably the best debuff you can get on a Julian, by the way, is a slow. I know the Julian's just going to cleanse himself after all, but at least he's slowing that unit down here. No reason to go for a cleanse because it's all gas from here out. Nicky's going in with the big skill 3, getting heal blocks across the board. Dominic looked primed and ready to remove a unit from the field, and it is going to be that segment getting the additional turn as well. Cigar's going to be next on the chopping block.
I'm telling you, you gotta ban that Nicky. She's too strong, and now the Julian will cleanse itself. Oh, with the attack buff. Great strip, actually. That was a great call by Topa, removing it, but it's gonna be so rough because now you have the Julian skill 2, then on top of that, you have a Dom with attack buff still.
Now, let's not forget, we've got healing waiting on the back end. Yeah, even if the Dominic didn't even proc there, you got to remember that there's healing on the back end. We need to see Cigar get a proc here, and that could stop Nick. He did get the provoke, and he gets the proc here. So this skill 3 is what's going to really help Topa V a lot, because there is sustain that he is trying to drop. That Nicky had skill 2 up, and it did get reset, which is very fortunate for Topa V. He drops the Nicky, but we know the Julian is still an issue.
Yeah, there's so much damage on the Julian and the Dom that he would need too many procs. He needs to get rid of the Escher, but now he doesn't have skill 3 for 2 more turns. Well, 1 more turn. Hold. Maybe there's... No, he's dead. There's no way.
Yeah, there's no way.
The Dom, Julian, Nicky, too much damage, my friend. With that, True Will showing dominance. I love this aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, 3.1k hit as well with the 3rd skill from that Escher. We knew the additional damage was going to be good. Massive victory for True Will. And like a champion he is, he really proves it going up against a monster like Topa V. Well done, True Will.
Whoa, True Whale with the #1 finish in the America's Summit April monthly trial. That was the most aggressive comp that we've seen all day today, Tyler. Like, that was actually crazy.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like you guys have said, Stoic specifically said it the best. It's all gas from here, baby. He puts his foot on the pedal, and there's no stopping True Whale. He is ready to mow you down, move on to the next game, and just take count. He absolutely clinically showed Topa V what it was like to fight True Whale. First game, Topa V comes in. He's like, all right, I'm gonna try to do a couple fancy things, pick some speed leads here. We got the Masha with the Oliver, standard combinations with Chandra and Cigar. And True Whale says, I'm just gonna pick the same thing I picked last game, and I'm just gonna prove to you that it works. And he did. It's absolutely fantastic. 4 provoke. Let's talk about the 4 provoke end. That's fantastic.
That was honestly so huge. You don't see that come out of a Volantis very often. And then you couple that with the rest of the synergy on the team. It's like, you know, Julian is just so difficult to play around, and he was so impactful that he was totally worth bringing back here again for round 2, where, like you said, Tyler, it was all gas, baby. All gas.
Yeah, so Julian is just such a cool, unique unit because it denies your opponent the ability to, like, kill, quote-unquote, the damage dealer in a team. If you try to kill Julian, what happens is it'll heal by taking a portion of everyone on its team's health, which makes him, like, very, very effective in these single target damage dealer comps where they're not focused on the AoE control cleave. They're not using defense breaks, you know, Water Ryu or more with the Chung Pung and stuff. And then, you know, we see the full gas. We see the attack buff, Dominic, with the Julian, and it's just we're just going to try to kill one of your units as fast as we can.
Yeah, I like to call Julian affectionately the inverse of Huadam. You know, he's kind of like a selfish version of Huadam, right? You know, and it works out great. I love that unit. I have such a bad win rate personally up against that monster. Like he's like genuinely
a bad version of Huadam.
Yeah, you know? Exactly. It's like, and I think when they were calling out in the game too that Nikki probably should have been the ban, I would probably agree with that, especially now in hindsight as well. Both before we had hindsight and now, like that attack buff and also the heal were game changers.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Topa go for the reset on the Nikki and missed it, right? Sadly, because the Escher was available there, what that meant is if he chose to try to reset into Nikki with the Sekhmet, if he missed, it was going to be the same outcome either way.
Yeah, exactly. And there we go. With that game, the America Summit monthly trial for April has been concluded, and now our entire leaderboard for points as of today is complete. So we have Thompson at 1, Rhino at 2, Jeff, and then Jail. We've had those set since we bounced back up to the winner's bracket, but now we've got our 4th through 1st outlined here in Mendieta, Zazos, Topa V, and then True Whale, giving us such a great showing on that last round. That was an incredible tournament there, Stoic. I loved it. And here is a look at our point leaders in total, and congratulations to all of them.
Yeah, as for wrapping up Summit, this has been such an incredible journey. It's been so fun watching all of these guys go at it, qualifying for the monthly trials and putting in the work that they did, just like these people we have in front of us now. Like, watching every one of them come in here and try to compete and get the points that they could has been awesome. True Will really proving to just be, the number one player that he is, and it's nice to see this because this is kind of bleed into SWC, where we get to see later on if True Whale chooses to partake in SWC, where, you know, how well is he going to do? Well, we'll find out later, and this is kind of like a sediment to like how well he might perform when it comes to SWC, but also everybody else as well. Like, we would love to see Zazos make it to America's Cup, Jeff Balladao making a big push, Rhino, Mendietta's, like these guys, you know, they needed a floor. They got their floor here in Summit, and we've seen how good they are, and they can even bring how good they are to SWC, and I look forward to that because Summit is about bringing all of these players together and partaking on not just a stage on SWC, but a stage here in Summit. And I love that we were able to do this, and we've had such an incredible tournament. We've had such an incredible 3 months. The Wednesdays have been incredible, and the monthly trials have been amazing.
Yeah, well said, man. The Summit has just been such a great platform for these players, and its impact is going to be felt, like you said, not just here in the localized Summit, but also in competitive SW as a whole. Like, Summoners War is going to feel this. We've got all these new players that have made names for themselves. And if y'all watching have enjoyed the Summit, be sure not just to make it known here in chat, but also make it known in attendance on May 18th, where we've got the final in Los Angeles. So make sure to register if you can. Use Command Festival on Twitch if you think you can make it on May 18th and 19th. It's a 2-day event, the first ever in Summoners War history. So it's going to be great. There we go. Look at that. Those congratulations to our point leaders right now, too. These are the folks who have accumulated all the Summoners War points possible after playing in all of the monthly trials and all the Wednesday rooms and everything. This is pretty great. Seppi, this lineup, it's pretty incredible. It's our point leaders. They're up there, man.
Evan, can I say something? So
yes,
we've
please.
been talking about this stuff, and Stoic, you said it very well. You said 3 key words: proving something, America's Cup, and True Will. And it just flashed back in my mind to when a guy like him says something and he proves it, which is people farm runes. He farms players. Once again, we've seen it, but it's incredible to see new faces, and I'm hoping to see more in the finals of the Summit. So it's going to be super cool to see these new players trying to go, he's the guy to beat. He's the best player in the Americas until we have the next America's Cup. So everyone might get some training in there, but he's still the champ.
It has been so awesome, man. It's been a great day and a great showing for the Summit as well. Guys, it has been such a pleasure doing this stream with you guys, and thank you to everybody in chat for watching. Again, register for the finals May 18th, 19th. Mark your calendars in Los Angeles. Thank you, everybody, and have a great night. Bye-bye.